It is 5 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and already we got crashes to talk about. 24 westbound in Robertson County between Maxey Road and MLK Parkway. Then 65 southbound between Gallatin Cross Plains, exit 112, and Springfield White House, Highway 76, exit 108. Heat and humidity ramps up today everywhere in Middle Tennessee is under a code orange health advisory for ozone buildup. That suggests people with asthma and other respiratory disease limit outdoor activity. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Get a load of what's going on in the Sunshine State. Here's Andrew Dembert.
This morning, a state of emergency in Florida as life-threatening flash floods inundate the southern parts of the state. Tropical rainstorms unleashing more than a foot of rain in some areas. Hallandale Beach hit hard, more than 17 inches falling, 12 of those in just a few hours, with cars submerged.
Yeah, more rain expected to fall through Saturday there in Florida. Here in Nashville, the Police Oversight Board is calling for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and suspend some police staff in the wake of what they say is a whistleblower complaint from a former lieutenant who accuses higher-ups in the Metro Police Department of working with state lawmakers to get rid of the Community Oversight Board and turn it into what it is today with less legislative power or investigative power.
We have a police crisis in this city.
We are calling truth to power.
Nothing less than a major overhaul of MMPD is required.
Now, News 2 says the department denied allegations of staff involvement in crafting that Community Oversight Board legislation. And Mayor O'Connell has hired attorney Ed Stanton to investigate the claim. And Metro Legal Director Wally Dietz says the Nashville Community Review Board has been fully supported, including hiring outside attorneys to help them with counsel. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks closed mostly higher on some encouraging news on inflation. The Dow fell 35 points, but the Nasdaq gained 265, closing at a new benchmark, and the S&P added 46, also closing at an all-time high. Now, they saw progress, just not enough for a cut just yet. That from the Federal Reserve, which adjourned its latest meeting by opting to leave a key interest rate unchanged. Chair Jerome Powell signaling the central bank is looking at just one rate reduction this year. That's down from a previous forecast of 3. Inflation, which has cooled over the past couple of months, is still persistently elevated. The Fed's announcement was the second inflation-related report of the day. Earlier, the government said consumer prices rose 0.2% from April to May, the smallest increase since October. That said, we are still paying a lot more on necessities like groceries, rent, and healthcare than we did a year ago, up 3.4%.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are down 120. S&P is flat. NASDAQ is up 103. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? Thursday, June 13th. I'll go ahead and throw it out there, Friday Eve. That's how much I'm looking forward to this weekend. We got a lot of news for you, along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver as well. Did you guys see Nathan Wade's interview with CNN go off the rails last night? Now, I will admit, I thought that it was funny. You know who Nathan Wade is, by the way. So Fani Willis, Nathan Wade. Willis is, of course, the Fulton County DA. She's going after Donald Trump. You had her boyfriend, Nathan Wade, was hired under very tawdry circumstances by the office of Fani Willis as they were having an affair. There's a lot of inappropriateness, a lot of corruption and so forth. I don't want to go back too far on all of that. I'm assuming that most of you folks know the conversation. So he decided to do an interview with Caitlin Collins over there at CNN, and it actually had to be interrupted by his lawyers, the big news today, because it would seem like she started really drilling down onto what exactly the relationship and their relationship started. Listen to this.
When did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
Yeah, so, we get into, there's been this effort to say that, okay, these exact dates are at issue, and these exact dates are, I'm getting signaled here.
You're getting signaled, and then the people come over to him, start whispering.
Can I go off mic for a second?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they literally take off his mic, Nathan Wade's mic. They take it off, and they take him off to a corner. Everybody's huddled together. And the reason why this is so important is because, they keep talking about the corruption of Donald Trump. I mean, that's one of many accusations against the former president. And this particular case in Fulton County, Georgia, it truly is the epitome of corruption as it's related to Donald Trump and the Democrats, where they are screaming and trying to take him out legally through all of this lawfare, trying to say that he is the one that is corrupt, yet Caitlin Collins is trying to figure out what exactly were you hired, and that's important. Because the question is, when the relationship started and when he was hired, that's a timeline that is critically important. Because if the relationship started while the investigation was going on and while all of the lawsuit was going on, well, then it's clear that he was hired because of other reasons, if you know what I mean. It wasn't his resume. That's not the reason why he was hired. That's why they want to know, when did this relationship actually begin? And so he gets up, takes off his mic, they go off and huddle into the corner. Then they come back and he basically, he kind of sort of not really answers the question.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Just to revisit the question, it was to clarify when the romantic relationship started and when it ended.
Sure. So, I believe that the public has, through the testimony and other interviews, the public has a clear snapshot that this is clearly just a distraction.
Yeah, it's actually not a distraction. It is a sign of the corruption, because it is pretty clear to most folks, you were hired because you were Fani Willis's boyfriend. That's number one. Number two, the taxpayer dollars that were being utilized for this investigation and the lawsuit against Donald Trump and pursuing the charges against Donald Trump, that money was used for trips and meals and all kinds of other stuff for you and Fani Willis to enjoy. And so that's part of the conversation. So the reason this is important is because it is evidence of the corruption of the Democrats and Fani Willis. Other accusations, by the way, were that they lied on the stand about when the relationship began. So there's perjury questions as well
questions about why it is that he was hired on the case in the first place, because he didn't have the resume for this type of an assignment. And so the judge ultimately, as you know, the judge ordered that either Wade or Fani had to leave the proceedings, and he decided to step down. So you have these accusations of lying under oath, of misappropriation of funds and corruption, among many other things. And so then Wade and Collins, they start going back and forth and talking about the trial. And one of the things that he said has made headlines this morning as well, because he has said now that he believes that Donald Trump can still be convicted and sent to prison even if he's in the White House. Listen to this.
I do believe that he can.
Okay.
I don't believe that it looks good to the rest of the world. Certainly, I don't think that there's anything that would prevent that from happening.
What if he's convicted?
I don't understand the question. If he's convicted, then just like any other defendant who's convicted, then you go through the sentencing process.
Okay, but so far as we can tell, wouldn't that be unconstitutional? That's never really happened before. Because I also thought it was funny because I believe that Fani Willis is going to be the one that is going to be going to jail, but that's beside the point. Even the Daily Beast reports that really there is no real precedent for this, obviously. There's only a Department of Justice memo from the year 2000 that states that indicting a sitting president would be unconstitutional. He wasn't indicted, obviously, during his time in office. Now, again, remember, the legal proceedings are on hold right now as the Georgia Appeals Court decides whether or not to disqualify Fani Willis for alleged prosecutorial misconduct. Now, it seems to me like, yes, she should be disqualified, but a judge is going to have to rule on that. But the point is, this is not going to be handled by the time we all vote on November 5th. So there's that aspect of the story. But then there's the aspect of the corruption and the amount of money that is going into this case against Donald Trump. And there's some politicians, I think they're like the board of commissioners. They had a meeting a while ago where one of the commissioners was actually looking through this massive report on all of these expenditures. And she had some questions. And the way those questions were answered, I don't think will be shocking to you, but I've got the answer for you straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 5:15, time to check the roads. Sunny today. Am I reading this right, Johnny? A high of 92 degrees and also an air quality alert as well right now. 62 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Going through a little bit of the audio of Nathan Wade, the boyfriend of Fani Willis, and again, hired under very tawdry circumstances. And the big question is, when did the relationship start? And did that relationship begin before he was hired on to her team, to her legal team? And as the investigation continued to unfold, then that relationship really was the benefactor, if you will, of a whole bunch of money so that they could pay for trips. And that money came from the taxpayers of Fulton County and Georgia. And so she is now, as I've been saying, she has now been, there's move to get her to disqualify her from the proceedings for alleged prosecutorial misconduct. And so part of this is, where did all that money go? All of that money that was being used to go after Donald Trump, part of it did go to, it would appear, the trips for Nathan Wade and Fani Willis. And so there was a Board of Commissioners meeting where one of the commissioners, and this is great audio, one of the commissioners was asking questions about where that money went. And basically, she's got like this massive phone book worth of information, and this is what she said.
The allegations are frightening. I've asked numerous times as to why hiring special counsel hasn't come through us. This filing is shocking. The accusations are shocking. The potential of misallocation of county funds that were given to her in 2021, 2022, and this last year. I believe we need some transparency as a commissioner. I asked for transparency. I asked her how much this election interference case was costing the county.
Right.
The answer I got was that Lady Justice has no price.
Right. It was like millions of dollars, and Fani kept asking for more every single year. Again, as some of this money was being wasted on trips for she and her boyfriend, Nathan Wade. And so then she eventually, this board of, this commissioner, she ended up talking to Fani Willis about all of this. And she was asking, simply put, for transparency.
When I asked her about the Nathan R. Wade expenditures in particular, I didn't get an answer. I was told that I'm just picking on him because he's black.
Ah, there you go, the racist card. I'm going to play that one more time, only because, you know, how many times have we heard this?
When I asked her about the Nathan R. Wade expenditures in particular, I didn't get an answer. I was told that I'm just picking on him because he's black.
So there you go. What a fantastic waste of resources, clearly. And, you know, when folks like Fani Willis, when they are caught doing something wrong, like misappropriation of funds and all of these other things that clearly, at least to me and a lot of other folks, actually did happen, which is why they're considering kicking her off of this whole thing, then they just play the race card because that's all that they have left, because she has been, Fani Willis has been caught dead to rights. And they talk about how the money is being spent within this, you know, case against Donald Trump that they're pursuing. But the money does, as she says, need to be spent for a lot of other things.
How much this is costing us? Well, we're looking at spending $2 billion on a jail. Well, we have people dying in our jail because they aren't getting their indictments, and we have a court backlog.
And don't forget all those flooding toilets. Don't forget those.
I think the citizens of this county need to know how much is being spent and how much resources are being diverted.
I mean, it is obviously a great question. And nobody really knows within the office of Fani Willis how much of that money is going to Donald Trump and this, persecution against the former president. That's number one. And number two, is there the transparency to continue to justify all of this money being spent on this case? When at the end of the day, this case is dubious at best. And so there's so much money that is being spent on this case. And for, the people of Fulton County, you would think anyway that they would be really angry. You would think anyway that they would be, calling for Fani Willis to frankly resign. But that, of course, is not happening. And that is a shame. I'm sure that there are some voices of reason out there in Fulton County. I'm sure that that's happening. They just need to be louder. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows event, Business Grows Here event in Nashville? Well, number one, this is a great place to make contacts. Now, there's going to be all kinds of people at this event that are leaders in not only our city of Nashville, but in the world of business. Now, number two, the speakers there, they are incredible. You've got Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Tennessee Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, among many others. And they also have some great breakout sessions as well, learning from the best on things like how to raise capital, doing business in Tennessee, strategies and lessons learned along the way. And they'll be talking about the growth of Nashville on the East Bank. Now, listen, if you'd like to go,
It is happening at the Conrad Hotel on Tuesday, June 25th. It is free. Go to netsuite.com/Nashville. That is netsuite.com/Nashville. Lives can be changed and businesses can be created and grown. So sign up today. One more time, that is netsuite.com/Nashville. 522, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
For the second time in 2 weeks, a fight between teenagers at a Nashville park has turned deadly. Metro employees want a bigger cost of living increase than what Mayor O'Connell is initially offering. And interest rates, we'll tell you what happened with that yesterday, coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Daily Wire has this headline. I'm just going to read it. Covenant Journal revealed shooter said being female was a blanking curse and that she would kill to have had puberty blockers. Now, I do find it interesting. They're going after our friend Michael Patrick Leahy, and, they're going after him for, I think, what is a contempt of court for publishing some of these things. And Brian Wilson has been reading from these things as well. Brian didn't publish anything. I'm not exactly sure. Michael Patrick Leahy, he has a lot of stuff over there at the Tennessee Star. But now, I guess my question is, the Daily Wire is also publishing some of these things, and some of the other news outlets has as well. At some point, all of this stuff is going to be released. And I do believe that people care. But I think at this point, we all know that, the shooter, she was nuts. I mean, she was. She also probably was on some sort of drugs, and that's really, what I want to know is a final count on what exactly it was that she was taking. I also want to know, again, not to go backwards about a week or two, but I also want to know if the psychologist or Vandy, did they drop the ball by not telling the authorities that she was having these ideations to murder and to commit suicide and so forth? A lot of this stuff that is out there, I've read through a lot of it. Everything that's out there, I've tried to get through. I think it's clear that she just had a lot of mental issues. But those are the two things that I really want to know. Again, what's the final tally on any drugs that she was on? And did the psychologist and did Vandy, did they drop the ball by not alerting authorities? And that's the two big questions that I really want to know. It is 5:30 on WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Heat and humidity ramp up today. Going to make the air unhealthy, according to state environmental officials issuing a code orange air quality alert today. That encourages limited time outside, especially those with respiratory disease such as asthma. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. For the second time in 2 weeks, a fight between teenagers has turned deadly at a Nashville park. Channel 4 interviewed a woman who says her son was at the Madison Park yesterday where a group of teenagers showed up, guns were displayed, and a 16-year-old was killed.
He says, "Mom, well, I think I might come home. Things they don't look good over here at the park." They approached one guy showing off his firearm, and I'm not sure if words were said or how close my child was toward that, but as he saw the guns come out and out of the clothing, he texted his friends. He's like, "It's not a good time. Dude, go back home."
Just 2 weeks ago, a 13-year-old was shot and killed at Red Caboose Park in Bellevue. Metro employees want a bigger cost of living increase than what Mayor O'Connell's offering right now. News Channel 5 says Silva Brooks, who has been serving children at Metro Nashville Public Schools for over 30 years, is one such employee.
You go to work and say at Chick-fil-A, "My pleasure," and you make more than me. I got a problem with that. It's ridiculous.
Mayor O'Connell right now offering a 3.5% cost of living adjustment. News Channel 5 says Budget Chair Delicia Porterfield introduced a substitute budget proposing a 4% COLA increase. This adjustment would raise the lowest paid Metro Nashville Public School employees' hourly wage to $19.47. Speaking of money, Derek Dennis says interest rates are holding steady.
The announcement from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, no cut in interest rates for now, rates staying between 5.25% and 5.5%. But Powell also said the Fed expects just one rate cut this year, a signal it's not done trying to tamp down on record inflation levels.
Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%.
The government's inflation report did beat analysts' expectations, rising from April to May just 0.2%.
That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
I feel sorry for the people that know me. Because listen, if they're going to call my phone or send me text messages at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, then I feel like I am justified. Work with me here. Go with me here. I believe that I'm justified in sending them a text message at 5:25 in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you should at 3 o'clock in the morning.
You know what? I could do that too.
Yeah.
By the way, gang of three amigos, I'm Dan, Johnny, Ken.
Hey, what's that?
Good morning, boy.
Hey, what's that?
Brought to you by My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com.
Mandis meals is what we call them.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, I'm going back and forth with somebody on something. They're a little short with me.
Oh, really?
Listen, again.
So they don't like being woken up.
Everybody knows I go to bed at a really, really early time, yet I hear from them at like 6 o'clock in the evening time. So,
oh, sure.
Yeah, well, that's okay then.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I love getting a text at 9 or 10 at night. It makes my next day.
Oh, I know. And then people, of course, will always say, well, why don't you just turn your phone off? And I have to say back to them, well, the problem is, now this has rectified itself, but the problem is that when you're in management, you are always on call. So you have to look at the text messages and you don't know whether they're important or not. Now that I'm no longer in management, that's not a big deal. And I could just turn my phone off. But for a long time, I had to deal with that, which is frankly why I'm no longer in management. 5:39 on WTN.
Tell us how you really feel.
Oh, I have. Okay, moving on. A couple of things. So if you guys go to my Twitter feed at Dan Mandis Show,
yes,
you will see one of the most amazing photos.
All right.
And it's a photo of a guy being tased. Now, this particular person, Johnny needs some audio. This particular person was running out on the field at the Cincinnati Reds Stadium.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
And he gets tased. Now, this is what it sounded like. So people are really impressed that the guy is running out onto the field. Now, first of all, the guy, the fans are going crazy. Now, when I'm watching the video and the guy's going, yeah, I'm thinking, you really don't get out much. Because honestly, I mean, this happens all the time, of course.
Well, but what's cool about this dude is before they tased him, he's doing backflips.
They call him Billy the Backflipper.
He's like just doing backflips
Oh, yeah.
while these security dudes are rushing him.
Oh yeah, he's doing a backflip. Now that's the crowd reaction when he gets tased and he falls flat on the ground, man. Yeah, people are laughing. So the same people that were going crazy for, this guy to, run out onto the field and maybe do a backflip or two. Now, when he gets tased and he's lying flat faced on the ground, they're laughing.
I mean, he's planking.
I would be the guy
with that taser, and he's like a 2x4, just burp.
I would be the guy that's laughing.
Oh yes.
Like, I wouldn't cheer on somebody running out onto the field because I'm sorry, but that's been going on for a long time. It's really not that big of a deal. But I've never seen anyone tased before when they are out on the field. Is that, and I'm going to ask this question, is that a bit of an overreaction, tasing somebody? Now, I'm gonna answer for me, and then you guys can.
Okay.
Because they're saying that, that tasing may have been an overreaction. I'm sorry, but these days you don't know what people have on them. You just don't. And so if you know, and clearly they do know, that it is wrong to run out onto the field, then you're going to get tased. And so, I feel like it's a bit much, but at the same time, you don't know if he's got a knife or what this guy might have. So that's my opinion. I may be wrong on that. I'm not willing to, die on this hill. But, you run out onto the baseball field. apparently moving forward, expect to get tased. By the way, they're talking about, if you look at the photo on my Twitter feed at Dan Mandis Show, you can see the officer. They're saying that this photographer deserves a Pulitzer.
He does.
It's the moment that the officer pulls the trigger, the tase is going out and hitting the dude, and you could tell the guy, he's feeling the tase for the first time, and he's I think, pretty much thinking, yeah, this was not a good idea.
Right.
Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
Boy, it's too late for that.
Don't tase me.
Yeah, and he got caught in mid-flight, by the way.
He did. I mean, I'm laughing because I think it's funny.
Lawyers are all over this, man.
Well, it makes me miss Morgana, the kissing bandit.
Man, remember Morgana with the big old...
Oh, yeah, the big old smile on her face?
I really liked her shoes.
I did, too. I liked her socks.
Now, for people that don't know, Morgana was way back when, was that the 80s?
70s.
So that was in the 70s where she became really kind of a celebrity, and she would run out to a certain particular player, and if I'm not mistaken, give that player a kiss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big old hug and kiss.
Big old hug and kiss.
Yep. So anyway, yes or no? Tasing a guy that runs out onto the ball field, is that too much, or is that okay and appropriate?
I think it's a little... Well, like you said, though, these days you never know what the person's up to.
Depends on if you have to walk through metal detectors to get into the stadium.
Yes.
Listen, I am a law and order Republican. Can I say on that, by the way, Ken, is that these days you talk about a metal detector, and I don't know if there's a way to figure this out, but you can make really sharp things now on these 3D printers.
Yeah.
And so you can, because I mean, Riker makes stuff. He's got a 3D printer.
So it doesn't. So you don't have to have
no. You can make something really sharp with a 3D printer, and I don't know what material that is. I'm sure somebody knows, but I think it would get through a metal detector.
Interesting.
Did you guys see the congressional baseball game? Speaking of which, last night.
No.
So the final score: Republicans 31, Democrats 11. Best part of the game is you've got the pitcher for the Republicans, Greg Stubbe, and he's out of Florida, and everybody got uniforms on and the whole thing. I mean, they make it look like and I think it was ESPN or somebody carried the game, and so you've got Greg Stubbe on the mound. He's got a hat with big block letters that says MAGA on it. And do you know who comes to the plate? Is Dan Goldman. Now, y'all know Dan Goldman, right? If you listen to this show, you know that Dan Goldman, he's like the Democrat Stoop. I mean, he's just, there's no other way to describe it. He's like the guy the Democrats send out to just lie to the American people about anything, and nobody really takes him seriously. So he is kind of a punching bag. But anyway, so apparently there were some folks on base, and I think this is emblematic of the coming election. I don't know. But Stubbe, with his MAGA hat, is on the mound. Dan Goldman is at the plate.
Down 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Dan Goldman from New York. And a swing and a miss that will end the inning.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Kind of like what we're hoping happens coming up in the next election.
Well, Dan, it just might. You know why?
Why?
According to the great Sioux Indian, or actually Lakota.
Okay.
Got my tribe wrong. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
They had the white buffalo that was born in Yellowstone.
Tatanka.
Yes.
White Tatanka.
Yes.
Okay.
And according to the Lakota, that's a sign, that's a prophecy that we're heading for better times.
I hope so. Anybody believe them, though?
Oh, yeah.
A white buffalo.
That's right.
That's racist.
They used to call me white buffalo. People try to pet me.
Well, Mr. President, that's whenever you were raising buffalo, remember?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly right. After he discovered the buffalo.
I discovered them, and...
he rode them, I'm sure.
Oh, I rode them. I raised them. I even played with them. Had one as a pet.
Yeah.
Sat right next to my Corvette in the garage. They let me know when I crap when I would try to bend over. I used to do this all the time, too. I used to do all the Indian dances.
Didn't you ride with Custer, Mr. President?
Knew him personally. In fact, I was the one that I tried to dissuade him from that last stand. He wouldn't listen to me.
Yeah.
Kind of like Jill. She doesn't listen to me either.
So, I'm going to ask a dumb question. You've got Buffalo.
Yep.
And then you got Bull.
What?
Buffalo and Bull. Right?
Okay.
Because I've got this whole thing going on in my head.
All right.
Where it's like, all right, so Biden spews BS.
Yeah.
Can you, does it have the same impact if you say Biden spews Buffalo S?
No.
No.
It doesn't have the same impact?
Doesn't have the same oomph.
Doesn't have the same oomph to
No,
it?
it just doesn't.
Okay, fine.
You can try it, Brother Dan.
Yeah, give it a shot.
You know what?
Give it a shot this weekend when you're out somewhere.
Yeah.
Hey, Buffalo! That's a bunch of buffalo. That's Joe Biden. He's just full of buffalo.
That's a bunch of buffalo crap.
That's a bunch of buffalo crap right there. That man's going out.
Oh, man. Yeah, you're
Kind
right.
of like when he bent over there in D-Day.
Denmark has recalled
Diaper Day.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what D-Day is going to be known as now.
No, Diaper Day, doo-doo day. Joe Biden's doo-doo day.
Goodness.
Oh, guys, can we hear that song again, or is it too far into the Biden poop?
The Biden.
That was
Biden
in my
poop
head.
song?
That's been I dreamed about it.
You know, God, we do this stuff so fast and on the fly.
I know. It just hit me. I just love that song, Biden poop.
Well, somehow you got to incorporate the grunting in it, too, that we played the day before. Remember that?
No, I don't.
Some dude going,
Oh, that's right. Murphy.
Yeah.
That's what we said Murphy sounded like when he woke up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you've got to put the grunting in that song.
Here we go. Everybody.
Joe Biden sat on a comfy chair talking about stuff with his silver hair. Then his tummy rumbled, oh, what a hoop. Joe had to go for a Biden poop. In my White House,
You know, it's funny because this was on my mind all day that day too. I couldn't. It's like you got to admit it is an earworm.
the Oval Office, busy as a bee. Joe felt a grumble. Oh, gotta pee. Then he realized with a little swoop, it was time for a Biden poop.
I wonder if people are still doing the whole Biden poop shuffle on TikTok, like we talked about the other day.
Oh, kind of like standing next to Kamala and Billy Porter?
Yes.
Funny things we never knew. Even leaders need a bathroom.
Yeah, there was nothing moving, you know, when he was standing next to Billy Porter and Kamala.
No, but it sure was moving on D-Day.
Stoop, Joe, stoop. All right, we're done. Whatever.
Came off the stage. Jill got to have a diaper change. D-Day.
Doo-doo day.
Papa Doo-Doo Day.
That is so wrong.
Goodness.
It's our president.
Yeah, it is.
He's not my president.
Hey.
Whatever.
He's working circles around people.
He is. They're having a hard time keeping up with him.
They can't keep up with him at all.
And you remember what Michael Douglas said about him? He's sharp.
Oh, yeah. On that big fundraiser.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Did you guys hear? Did you hear the Morning Joe? I can't do it now. After 6, coming up right after the news at 6, some great audio from Morning Joe that is actually comical.
Yes, it is.
And they're talking about the differences between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So we're going to talk about that coming up right after the news at 6. Also, Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, was on with Maria Bartiromo, and he has some great things to say about a number of different issues, including Michelle Obama. You know what's so funny? I wish I was that guy. So more and more people, because of, you know, Biden's doo-doo day, among other things. And so now more and more people are beginning to whisper Michelle Obama. You guys remember when Brian, we love Brian Wilson. I'm not dogging on Brian. We love each other. But do you remember when Brian was on the show and I think he was in Iowa or something?
Yes.
And so I mentioned it to him, and he got a little gruffy with me.
He gets gruffy with everybody about that.
Well, yeah, he's like, oh, if I hear one more person mention Michelle Obama, and I mean, more people are talking about that now for a number of different reasons. Number one, there is Biden poo-poo day, and or doo-doo day, and also now with Hunter Biden. And so now there's a number of people out there that are smarter than me that are saying, you know what, great opportunity.
Yes.
Great opportunity for the, great opportunity for the Republicans, or the Democrats, I should say, to force him out. So...
But according to Brian, he just says that she's not interested and will not.
Right. Hey, I'm Ken. Just so you know, I've made an executive decision. Although I'm not the program director anymore for WTN, but I've made an executive decision that for this break only, we've changed the news theme. 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken was coming up in the news at 6.
Well, the Police Oversight Board in Nashville is calling for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and suspend some of the higher-ups. Details at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I cannot wait to play you the audio that I have at 6:06 here on Nashville's morning news. It is just more of the delusion that is the Democrats as it relates to Joe Biden. So I've got that story for you. And earlier in the broadcast, I was talking about how you've got a lot of media outlets now that, have the journals of the Covenant shooter, which is all fine, well, and good. And I applaud all of that. But what I really want to know is what drugs that she was on. Well, lo and behold, the Tennessee Star has just published an article on that. I'm going to tell you exactly what she was on straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And boy, that is a mess there going westbound 24 through Robertson County. 24 is closed between Maxey Road and MLK Parkway. It is a 67-minute delay going westbound on 24 through Robertson County. Heat and humidity ramping up today, and we have a code orange health advisory for ozone buildup. That means people with breathing problems should limit their outdoor activity today. Also, older adults and children, according to state health officials. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Get a load of what's going on in the Sunshine State. Here's Andrew Dembert.
This morning, a state of emergency in Florida as life-threatening flash floods inundate the southern parts of the state. Tropical rainstorms unleashing more than a foot of rain in some areas. Hallandale Beach hit hard, more than 17 inches falling, 12 of those in just a few hours, with cars submerged.
So up to the windows.
One resident opting to kayak instead. Many in the area say they're still recovering from last year's storms.
Yeah, and rain is expected to continue falling through Saturday. Here in Nashville, the Police Oversight Board calling for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and suspend some higher-ups in the wake of what they say is a whistleblower complaint.
We have a police crisis in this city.
We are calling truth to power.
Nothing less than a major overhaul of MMPD is required.
Yeah, leaders are citing a complaint by a former lieutenant who accuses higher-ups in the Metro Police Department of working with state lawmakers to get rid of the Community Oversight Board and turned it into what it is today with less investigative power. Mayor O'Connell has hired an attorney to investigate the claim. News 2 says Metro Police deny it. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
A consumer price index suggesting cooler inflation drove two major stock indexes to record highs Wednesday. The S&P 500 added 0.85%. The NASDAQ composite soared more than 1.5%. The Dow Jones was not impressed. It gave up 0.1%. The Federal Reserve's Board of Governors, seeing progress on inflation, opened the door to lower interest rates after wrapping up its latest two-day meeting. But after holding rates where they are again, the Fed signaled that just one reduction is likely this year. Shares in Tesla jumped overnight after company founder Elon Musk predicted that shareholders will approve his controversial $56 billion pay package. He also anticipates that shareholders will okay moving Tesla's headquarters from California to Texas. With the start of the Summer Olympics just 6 weeks away, U.S. travel agencies say they're seeing little demand for bookings to Paris. Despite that, room rates have doubled or tripled in the French capital.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 139, S&P up 3, NASDAQ up 117. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Thursday, June 13th, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. Morning, Joe. You know, I have a problem with Morning Joe over there on MSNBC, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. And listen, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it is my opinion that they are disrespecting their viewers because they are clearly lying to their viewers. And there's a difference between having a difference of opinion and clearly lying. And this audio proves that Morning Joe, they're lying. They're not delusional because other people are saying, well, they're delusional. Don't you know they're delusional? No, they're not delusional. They're smart people. They are lying to their audience.
Again, it's just like the way we started this show. Trump is literally crazy on stage, and I say it not in a good way. Not well, not fit, not mentally capable of holding together a sentence when his prompter goes down.
Now, here's what happened. It's happened a couple of times, by the way, where Donald Trump, and that's Mika, where Trump has been out on stage and the teleprompter goes down. And really, he talks about it and he jokes about it. He even said, yeah, the teleprompter is leaning to the left. Figures, right? He was making a joke about it. And so when his teleprompter goes down, the man is riffing for well over an hour. And he is coherent. He's got his thoughts put together. He is just very well thought out. And he's able to do what he needs to do, yes, even without a teleprompter. And so for Mika Brzezinski to say, well, he's not able to function without his teleprompter is an absolute lie. And she knows it, and Joe Scarborough knows it. They both know that. They are literally deceiving their audience. This is not a difference of opinion.
And yet Biden is constantly covered for being old, but yet travels onto the world stage doing speeches, dinners, important ceremonies, recognizing people who suffered and survived D-Day, right. Spending time with them, connecting with them. You see it all on video.
So are you kidding me, really? So that's where they want to go. So that's where they want to go, where the entire world is trying to figure out if our president pooped his pants on stage at D-Day. And they don't even mention that. They say, oh, Joe Biden, he can go out, he can stand on stage, he can connect with people and all of these other things that you just heard Mika Brzezinski say. And she's lying to the audience. Because to not bring up the stoop, to not bring up what is going on with Joe Biden, where there is a TikTok dance where people are sort of doing the Biden shuffle and they're bending their knees like they're squatting. Really? You're not going to bring that up? Really, Mika Brzezinski, you don't understand that by and large, not only Americans, but people across the world are wondering what the heck happened on that stage? And so I know that people are prone to say, oh, they're just clueless. Oh, they're just delusional. No. They're not clueless and they're not delusional. They are intentionally lying to their audience. And their audience just eats it up.
Except if you go to these places or you talk to those Republicans, you see the one time where he couldn't find his chair.
Well, but even that was a lie. It's disinformation. It's doctrine.
This is where we are right now.
It's lies versus the truth. It really is. And
so it's disinformation when they say that he couldn't find his chair. Here's my question. If the problem was that Joe Biden couldn't find his chair, then why did they suddenly leave the stage? Would be my question. That's number one. And number two, to say that Biden has all of his faculties is just completely false. And anybody who has spent any time watching the president and listening to the president and trying to make heads or tails out of the things that he says, and we do that every day. Almost every day there's another what the heck did he say? To pretend that those moments don't exist is just MSNBC and Morning Joe lying to their audience.
And let Republicans keep lying about Joe Biden. It's only going to help him in the end. It's only going to lower expectations so much that he's going to come out and do what he does at every State of the Union address. He's going to outperform because of all the lies that are told about him.
Now here's the thing, that he does have a point there, because I am able to tell the truth as opposed to Mika and Joe. But they shoot Biden up with whatever it is that they shoot him up with, and he does perform. But you look at where he was even 3.5 years ago, and you know that the president has issues. And so to me, as a guy who does this every single day and listening to, whether it's Mika and Joe, whether it is The View, whether it's your average talking head on CNN, some of them on CNN have finally been able to sort of turn around and they realize what's going on with the president. So CNN has been slowly but surely beginning to understand, as has the New York Times and the Washington Post, that the president does have some cognitive issues. But for Morning Joe, it's like, have you no shame? We are not talking about a difference of opinion. It's my opinion that they have a responsibility to their viewers. They have a responsibility to their viewers to not gaslight them to the point that they are in that particular soundbite, because it is clear that they're lying. And to, number one, not acknowledge what everyone can see is simply lying. And everyone knows that they're lying. And the only people that I can't imagine, the only people that are still watching that show are the ones that are lying to themselves or simply liars and not admitting what we can all see is happening with Joe Biden. And that's the bottom line. And then what they say about Donald Trump is also completely and obviously untrue. Because all you have to do is look at the video and look at how Trump handled, not once, but I believe 2 times, and it's happened a number of times, where the teleprompter has gone down. And Trump handled it absolutely flawlessly. So for Morning Joe, I'm not surprised. This is what they do, unfortunately. And they're able to get away with it. It is 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. 6:15, Nashville's Morning News. Today, sunny, a high of 92. And we were also under an air quality alert. And Ken Weaver, if I may ask.
Yes, Brother Dan Mandis, you may.
When they talk about an air quality alert, do we know exactly what that means?
Yes.
I don't.
This is a code orange health alert, which means that people with respiratory disease, such as asthma, it is suggested that you stay indoors today.
Okay.
Also, adults, older adults, and children should limit exerting themselves outdoors today because of what the quality of air will be.
Listen, not a problem for me. I don't mind not exerting myself today or any other day. Now I just have an excuse.
Boy, I'm going to.
That's exactly right. Honey, I'd love to mow the lawn. I'd love to do those hedges and whatever else it is that Amy tells me to do. But
well, I'm not doing that.
Listen.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
I cannot possibly do the dishes indoors in the air conditioning because there is indeed an air quality alert.
I have to sit on the couch and watch TV.
That's what I need to do.
Yes.
Exactly. Moving right along. Cringe Jean-Pierre, part of the news cycle this morning. Apparently now we all know what's going on with Hunter, talking about it ad nauseum. So the news cycle today is that she and apparently the president, they will not rule out commuting the sentence of Hunter Biden. Now, this is what she said. You know that Joe Biden has always said that he will not pardon his son. However, what about commuting?
What I'm saying is that the president, I have not spoken to the president about this. And what I'm saying is he was asked about a pardon. He was asked about the trial specifically, and he answered it very clearly, very forthright. As we know, the sentencing hasn't even been scheduled.
Right. All right. So what is the difference between a pardon and a commuting of the sentence? A pardon is a complete forgiveness of a crime and restores full rights of citizenship. People who have been convicted of a crime, they do forfeit certain rights, such as hold public office or vote, because a pardon wipes out the conviction and those rights are restored. When someone's sentence is commuted, what they do is it's a reduction of a sentence to a lesser period of time. So what the president can do is he can commute a sentence if he believes the punishment is too severe for the crime. So they say that while a pardon deletes a conviction, a commutation keeps the conviction but deletes or lowers the punishment. The conviction stays on the record, and the person who receives the commutation does have any rights restored. In other words, for Hunter Biden, he wouldn't have to go to jail. I mean, it seems to me like that's the bottom line. They'll do what they can do to keep Hunter Biden out of jail. And folks are saying that because of the whole situation with Hunter Biden and what is going on with all of this, they think that this would be a really good idea, really good way for the Democrats to pull Joe Biden from the campaign trail and replace him with Michelle Obama.
I think it also creates an opening for Democrats to slip someone like Michelle Obama in here. The Biden family can say, hey, we're going to take care of our house, we're going to take care of our son, and then allow Michelle Obama to come in and run, because, again, Joe Biden can't win this election, and they know that, and they are desperate for another candidate.
And that is Andy Ogles, who is on with 5th Congressional District Congressman Andy Ogles. He was on with Maria Bartiromo. And just really interesting, of course, you know, some people are going to poo-poo that. Some people are going to say, there's no way that's possibly going to happen. More and more people are now saying that because of Poopgate and because of Hunter Biden, that removing him one way or another, and for the president to say, you know what, I'm going to focus on my family and I'm going to step aside. This is the perfect opportunity. Because I think that the Democrats believe, there are some Democrats that believe that Michelle Obama could beat Donald Trump. And we've talked about that ad nauseum. I think that Michelle Obama, the American people, by and large, unless you're conservative, most of the American people have positive thoughts about Michelle Obama. And she doesn't have a record to run on. And that's a very big deal. Now, Donald Trump does have a record to run on, and it's a very good record. So that's part of the conversation for a lot of folks this morning. Here's another comment. Should Donald Trump, if he is ultimately, he's running for president, and if he ends up winning the election, should Donald Trump come out and say that he would pardon Hunter Biden? This was actually floated yesterday.
President Biden said he will not pardon Hunter Biden. White House wouldn't rule out a commutation of an eventual sentence. Do you see a difference between the two?
Yeah, look, I think that's all too cute by half, Erica, right? You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. Listen, what I'd like to see happen is I'd like to see President Trump come out with a statement saying, look, if Hunter Biden commits to a program of sobriety and, inpatient or maybe outpatient shows up, keeps his sobriety, I'll pardon him. I'd love for see President Trump to say that, and it would be a magnanimous, offer on his part, show his humanity, and really, flip the tables on the Democrats.
We'll see if he is listening to you tonight, David. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, that is one of the a former advisor to former President Donald Trump, perhaps future president as well. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but that really would be interesting, and I think that for Donald Trump, I would agree. I don't necessarily agree with that guy's take, but I would agree that that would be something that the president, former president, could do if he wanted to show, as this guy said, I'm going to air quote here, some humanity. I just don't know if that's the right thing to do. What do you think? Should Donald Trump come out and say that if he is elected, he would pardon Hunter Biden? You want to talk about flipping the script. That would be crazy and really, really interesting. It is 622 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Get the speed you need at a great price with my friends from Xfinity and Xfinity Internet. Now, you know what's going on in my house. With all three of us working in our computers, doing homework or radio shows, we do depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network from Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed Internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, reliable, and pretty much everywhere. You can also enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. And you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So to get started, call them 1-800-XFINITY, call Xfinity.com, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds, not available in all areas, performance may be limited by customer's device configuration. 623 on Super Talk. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Wild weather. We've got fire and rain. And for the second time in 2 weeks here in Middle Tennessee, a fight between teenagers turns deadly at parks. Metro employees want a bigger cost of living increase than what Mayor O'Connor's offering right now. All this and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
6:29, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Coming up after the news and weather and traffic with Ken Weaver. You're not going to believe the stories that we're getting out of New York as to what the illegal aliens, the migrants, are doing now. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. So, I went through amazing training at the Glock store in the last couple of years, and I can't say enough good things about that training. And they are really an incredible company. They are offering you right now an incredible opportunity for you to up your game. This Friday and Saturday, they have a great class on precision rifle marksmanship. In other words, you're going to learn how to hit your target from nearly a half mile away. The instructor is a former Army sniper. And then on Friday, here's how it's going to happen. You learn the intricacies of long-distance ballistics on Saturday. That's when you're going to go out to the McGill family farm and a private shooting facility where you'll be hitting targets from 700 meters. There's only 10 students per class. There might be a few slots left, but not for long. So you've got to check them out today. The Glock store, if you want to do this, find them online, glockstore.com/training. Then click on classes to get more information and all the great classes at my favorite training facility, Shoot 270, only at the Glock store. Again, go to the website, glockstore.com/training, then click on classes. 1930 Air Lane Drive, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And if you are trying to get to Clarksville, you need to know there's a 95-minute delay, 24 westbound going through Robertson County due to a crash. Heat and humidity ramp up today. Going to make the air unhealthy for people with breathing problems like asthma. It's also suggested that kids and older adults limit exertion outdoors today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. It's hot in Arizona, where wildfires are threatening lives. Here's Andrew Dembert.
A new wildfire sparking evacuations in Wickenburg, Arizona, about an hour outside of Phoenix. Multiple structures burning as a major highway, US 60, was shut down in both directions. Temperatures in Phoenix hit 111 yesterday. Part of that western heat wave brought record temperatures to Denver. The mercury hitting 109 degrees in Las Vegas.
Yeah, fire out west, rain here in the southeast. A state of emergency in Florida as life-threatening flash floods inundate the southern parts of the state. Here in Middle Tennessee, for the second time in 2 weeks, a fight between teenagers at parks has turned deadly in Nashville. Channel 4 interviewed a woman who says her son was at that Madison Park yesterday where a group of teens showed up, guns were displayed, and a 16-year-old was killed.
He says, "Mom, well, I think I might come home. Things do not look, they don't look good over here at the park." They approached one guy showing off his firearm, and I'm not sure if words were said or how close my child was toward that, but as he saw the guns come out and out of the clothing, he texted his friends. He's like, "It's not a good time. Dude, go back home."
Just 2 weeks ago, a 13-year-old was shot and killed at Red Caboose Park in Bellevue. Metro employees want a bigger cost of living increase than what Mayor O'Connell's offering right now. News Channel 5 says Silva Brooks, who has been serving children at Metro Nashville Public Schools for more than 30 years, is one such employee.
You go to work and say at Chick-fil-A, "My pleasure," and you make more than me. I got a problem with that. It's ridiculous.
Well, right now, Mayor O'Connell's offering a 3.5% cost of living increase for employees. News Channel 5 says Budget Chair Delicia Porterfield introduced a substitute budget proposing a 4% COLA increase. That would raise the lowest paid Metro Nashville Public School employees' hourly wage to just under $20. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thanks, Ken. 633 Loan Pronto. Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be free of car loan debt, credit card debt, personal loan debt? Loan Pronto can make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. Now, you can tap into that equity in your home today. and save you money on those high interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It only takes about 10 minutes, and yes, it is really easy. No documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. Just relief from those high interest payments. And you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home today and use it to either pay off those high interest credit cards or debts and make those home improvements. Call them today to get started. Tell them you heard about them from Dan Mandis on WTN. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 6:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 73:36. Dan, my 11-year-old son, heard Andy Ogle's comment about Michelle Obama potentially being Biden's replacement. And his 11-year-old said, "She can't be president. She made us eat gross, healthy school lunches." I don't think that anybody is ever going to get over those gosh-awful school lunches. Other people also, our younger listeners who actually had to experience school lunches. Another guy, I think his name is Snuff Dog. Anyway, whatever. So he says, you ask any 20-year-old or 20-something, they're going to bring up those school lunches. That is not a good way to get the younger voters. So we'll continue to watch the whole, is it possible for Michelle Obama to possibly become the nominee if Joe Biden ends up dropping out for whatever reason? And by the way, my query, should Donald Trump, because it was part of the conversation yesterday, should Donald Trump say that he will pardon Hunter Biden? Resounding no from the super text line if you'd like to chime in, 615-737-9986. You know what's going on in New York? So we all know the perils of illegal immigration, all of these migrants going to sanctuary cities and so forth. You know what they're doing? They are literally jumping in front of cars so that they can get a payout. That's what they're doing in New York, jumping in front of cars. New York Post has a whole story on this. And, you know, honestly, none of this ever surprised me. Illegal aliens jump in front of cars to blackmail New York drivers. They say illegal aliens love to play games. One of their favorites is finding ways to make money with minimal effort. This game has recently regained popularity among illegal aliens in Brooklyn, New York, as they found that jumping in front of moving vehicles can make their money if they're lucky enough to get hit. In January, the New York Post reported on this scheme, claiming Bergen Beach, a residential area in Brooklyn, New York, residents and cops were concerned about illegal aliens jumping in front of vehicles on the road. They're scaring people, saying, you just hit me and I'm going to report you if you don't give me money. Apparently that is according to the retired New York Police Department sergeant there in Bergen Beach. An independent photographer tweeted that on January 7th, people from different areas of Brooklyn, New York were experiencing the same problem. The tweet also attached a message from Salvador Calise, former president of Bergen Beach Civic Association, warning residents about the issue and explaining how he was also a victim. So that's what's going on in New York. Isn't that just great? I mean, the more we see of these things, the more clearly, obviously frustrating it becomes. So you talk about that. You talk about, you know, the 8 that were arrested. We talked about this quite a bit yesterday, where you have those 8 that had connections to ISIS. That is still a big topic of conversation today. And a lot of people are worried about what happens if there ends up being some sort of a ISIS attack. Because let's face it, these 8, this is not only the tip of the iceberg, this is the very, very, very tip of the iceberg. We have no idea what has come into our country.
Well, listen, we have individuals that are coming across and they're done, you know, they've done by checks, and CBP, Customs and Border Protection, is the ones who encounter them at the border. It's not us. But it's not that sometimes there's just no information on individuals. I mean, it's quite common where there's just nothing. You know, you don't have anything. It's no criminal convictions. There's no threat information or whatever on these individuals. Or maybe these individuals are from an area that are particularly of concern, but that pops up later when you get information later on. And as soon as we become aware of any information, like in this case, we became aware, we're working collaboratively with FBI, we went out and got them.
Yeah, that is the current acting ICE director. You know, isn't that crazy? Because it's like, really? Is that all you've got? Is that all you have to say is, well, we don't have enough information on these folks, and if you don't have enough information, then I guess we got to trust them when they say that they are who they say they are. You know, maybe some of these ISIS-connected migrants, maybe they identify as people not wanting to do Americans any harm, but they really do. So they're trying to come into our country, and they just lie. And we have no way to figure out who they are or what their real intentions are. I mean, I just played you the audio from Joe Biden's current acting ICE director then, and he's basically admitting the same thing that Bill Malughian talked about yesterday.
What scares me the most about my coverage at the border and what I hear the most from my border contacts is that the vetting, as you just mentioned, is wholly inadequate at the border. When you get guys from Iran, from Tajikistan, from Syria, there's no database to match these guys against. What Border Patrol agents tell us is even if they get fingerprints, the only way they know about somebody's criminal history often is if they've committed a crime in the United States. Bashar al-Assad isn't sharing database records with the U.S. on Syrian citizens, right? So what does the U.S. do? We still mass catch and release single adult men from these potentially hostile countries into the United States. En masse. We see it in San Diego sector. We're the only country on the face of the planet that does this. It's remarkable.
All right, now there is one senator who is, well, Republicans in the House and also in the Senate, they all have their different ways that they're trying to fix this problem. Details straight ahead at 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you. 646. As far as your weather today, we're having a heat wave. 92 is going to be the high and sunny, and we're also under an air quality alert. I asked Johnny, Ken, during the break, hey, Johnny, what's your favorite, it's going to be hot song?
Yeah.
You've got Having a Heat Wave. You've got The Heat Is On by Glenn Frey.
Which they overplay.
You've got Hot, Hot, Hot. I don't know who sings that. I actually don't know who sings any of these.
The Supremes sang The Heat Wave, right?
Martha and the Vandellas.
Yeah, Martha and the Vandellas? Okay.
It's a heat wave.
So did Linda Ronstadt. She covered it.
All right, very good. Well, anyway, what did you tell me, Johnny? I asked Johnny.
I couldn't because I didn't want to say the same one, so I thought of the Rolling Stones. She Was Hot.
Yeah.
That's not about the sun.
Oh, yeah, baby, but it's about summertime.
All right, fine, whatever.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
What do men think about during the summertime? Girls, baby.
Well, yeah. If they're in bikinis, I don't know, whatever. Should probably move on.
Let's get back on track, boys.
Let's move right along.
It's hot out there.
Topic regret. It's getting a little hot in here, actually. By the way, what is your you want to do this? What is your favorite song about hot weather? 615-737-9986.
And Dan's going to sing it for you.
Yes.
A cappella.
Dan will sing it.
Yes, he will. He's going to sing Heat Wave.
Nope, I think
he'll sing Hot, Hot, Hot. He'll sing The Heat Is On.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
I could, but I won't.
And he might even sing She Was Hot by the Stones.
Nope. Not going to do that, but would love to hear what you folks think. What is your favorite? It's going to be really hot song.
Yes, sir.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tally all the results, and I'll let people know what the winning song was during the Gang of Four Amigos at 8:35 on Super Talk 99.7. So talking about what is going on in New York, and what is it that our lawmakers can do to fix our clearly, I mean, it is beyond I'm going to air quote this, broken immigration system. Because that's not what is going on. The president and the Democrats, they're simply allowing people in for political reasons. I don't want to go through all that yet again. Mike Lee, though, Senator Mike Lee was with Stuart Varney, and he says that a lot of the big issue that is going on right now is this CBP One app, the app that the Biden administration and the Border Patrol, they all use to try to track these migrants or these illegal aliens, whatever you want to call them. It's simply put not working. And here's what he says.
Why do you want to stop the TSA accepting that app?
TSA shouldn't be accepting that app as a form of ID because it requires no valid ID. All you have to do is fill it out, put in whatever name, whatever biographical information you choose to. Then you can get into the country, just like this terrorist got into the country last year.
Right. I mean, he's absolutely right. Because remember, I reported to you, one of those guys was on that CBP1 app. And it's like, what good are these apps? I've been asking about this forever. What good are these apps if they simply don't work? And Mike Lee is saying that they don't even have to provide an ID to prove who they are to get one of these apps. So you can't prove who these people are. And so if, Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un or Bashar al-Assad and some of these other people like Bill Malusian was talking about, they want bad guys in our country. And so if they know this CBP1 app, there's no real verification. There's no real verification to figure out who these people are. Well, then you don't think Bashar al-Assad or Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or any of these other people, you think they're not going to help these folks concoct some sort of an ID so that they can come into our country and get one of these CBP1 apps? Because there's no way to confirm who they are. That audio from Bill Malusian earlier, where he said that Syria's Bashar al-Assad isn't working with our country to identify these folks, obviously. They want sleeper cells here in America. So, listen, I can guarantee you that these dictators are working with these bad guys to create identities so that they can come in, set up shop, and then wait for instructions. And that's obvious.
You know, what's really scary is that we don't know anything about the other hundreds of thousands of people who have gotten in using the CBP1 app. This one in particular we know is a terrorist. How many other terrorists are there out there, Stuart, who got into the country the same way using the app?
Yeah, and I've got a whole thing on here about what is wrong with the app, and I'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour, along with a lot of other things coming up here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also coming up in the next hour, 7:36, going to speak with our friend Matthew Hurt. You know where he was last night? He was at the congressional baseball game. And so I want to know how two of our House Republicans played in the game. Andy Ogles and Tim Burchett. They both played in the game yesterday, where, by the way, in case you missed it earlier, the Republicans won 31-11. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News at 6:52. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event? Well, number one, it's a great place to make contacts. There's going to be all kinds of people there that are leaders in not only our city of Nashville, but in the world of business as well. And number two, they've got some great speakers. Now, you've got Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, among many others. Now, they also have some great breakout sessions as well, learning from the best on how to raise capital, doing business in Tennessee, strategies and lessons learned along the way, and they'll be talking about the growth of Nashville on the East Bank. So, yeah, why not learn from the best? Now, if you'd like to go, it is happening at the Conrad Hotel on Tuesday, June 25th. It is free. What I want you to do is go to netsuite.com/Nashville. That's netsuite.com Nashville/Nashville. And I'm telling you what, they're saying it, and it's true. Lives can be changed, and businesses can be created. So sign up today. One more time, that's netsuite.com/Nashville. You want to go to this event, I think that there is a world of opportunities. It is 6:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Coming up in the news at 7, Ken Weaver, what's up?
We've got fire and rain. A call for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and pro-terrorist rallies angering New Yorkers. Hear how that went down at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And right now, that is a 65-minute delay. If you're westbound 24 trying to get to Clarksville, you got a crash involving a tractor trailer and 3 cars. The truck actually caught fire. This is just past Maxey Road, but there's also another crash reported in the backup. And heat and humidity ramp up today, going to make the air unhealthy for some groups, mainly folks with respiratory disease like asthma. But children and older adults it is suggested that you take it easier outside today if you're going to be out. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Get a load of what's going on in the Sunshine State. Andrew Dembert says there's a state of emergency for southern Florida.
Parts of Interstate 95 shut down due to rain and flooding. Other streets completely inaccessible. Cars stalling out across the region.
You can't drive through this right now.
No, you can't drive. I mean, cars can't even get out.
Crews in Miami running more than 24 pumps to try and curb some of the flooding. Rain is expected to fall in the area through Saturday. Some areas could see up to 10 inches.
Meanwhile, out west, a new wildfire sparking evacuations, burning up homes in Wickenburg, about an hour west of Phoenix. Temperatures in Phoenix hitting 111 yesterday, 109 in Vegas. Here in Nashville, the Police Oversight Board is calling for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and suspend some higher-ups in the wake of what they say is a whistleblower complaint.
We have a police crisis in this city.
We are calling truth to power.
Nothing less than a major overhaul of MMPD is required.
Some of the Nashville Community Review Board leaders citing a former lieutenant's complaint accusing higher-ranking police staff of working with state lawmakers to get rid of what was the Community Oversight Board, turning it into what it is today with less investigative power. Mayor O'Connell has hired an attorney to investigate the claim. Right now in New York City, Aaron Katersky says pro-terrorist rallies are making people angry.
Protesters chanted, "Long live the Intifada," a reference to Palestinian uprisings, and set off flares outside an exhibit remembering the victims of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. Mayor Eric Adams called it reprehensible and vile.
It was just despicable.
People getting out of a truck, spilling red paint on the street outside the Manhattan office of the Palestinian Authority, and scattering leaflets that called for more violence against Israel.
Market numbers report. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures down 130, S&P up 5. NASDAQ futures up 118. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
This may be an Omaha moment. Omaha. We may be calling an audible. I'm trying to see if Congressman Tim Burchett will join us.
Wichita.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a long shot. But he played in the baseball game last night, the congressional baseball game last night. He's going to meet with Trump apparently later on today. He and Andy Ogles and others, of course. And so I want to get his take on a number of things that are going on right now. And so
wonder how he did at the plate.
Is it weird that I actually kind of want to know?
Yeah, I want to know.
I do. I want to know how he did.
I guarantee you he did well.
All right. Hey, Johnny, he says, sure, he can come on now.
All right.
This is why these guys hate me, just like Johnny and Ken.
Cool.
No planning in this show whatsoever. Just, hey, texting these guys.
Here's Congressman Burchett.
Yep. Is Burchett or Burchett?
Burchett. Oh, no. Burchett. Sorry.
You're killing me, man.
It's Burchett.
Burchett.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been saying it right all along.
Yeah, you have been saying it correct.
One of the only ones, and then you terrified me because I'm like, have I been saying this wrong all this time?
I'm the one who screwed it up, Congressman. Sorry.
Hey, can you tell me real quick, as we wait for Congressman Burchett to call in?
Yeah.
What 24, is that's still closed?
Yes, westbound is still closed there just past Maxey Road because of that tractor-trailer rig that crashed with 3 other cars. But here's the problem.
Yeah.
You've got a crash in the backup, too. So it's an 85-minute delay right now if you're trying to get to Clarksville.
85 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that is awful. Hold on one sec. We are calling you.
Yeah.
You think this is the moment the new boss is actually listening?
Probably.
I hope not.
With our luck, yes.
Listen, we're usually a lot more put together than this, but you know what? As we were waiting, we were all talking about stuff that matters, including the 85-minute wait on I-24 heading out of town.
Yeah, it's content, Dan.
That's exactly what it is. Speaking of content, Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News, especially at the last minute. Couple of things. Inquiring minds want to know, how did you do at the plate last night in the congressional baseball game?
Well, I walked.
You
they
walked?
Don't want none of me.
All right.
They don't want none of me.
They intentionally walked you? Is that what it is, Congressman?
I'm pretty much sure that was it. They could smell my credentials from out.
I know you're a street fighter.
Yeah. It's funny. At the beginning of the game, they had a bunch of these protesters. And I said, that wouldn't happen in Tennessee. And they said, really? Why not? And I said, because about 100,000 screaming rednecks would have beat their ass. They jumped out on the field. And this big old burly Capitol policeman said to me, he goes, Tim, this is one time I wish I didn't have a gun. I wish I had a bat. So, yeah, it was a... And then they started screaming during the national anthem, Free Palestine.
Are you serious? Come on.
I thought, how lame is that? You're not going to win anybody over. Even the Democrats were mad, and
Well, so the night didn't get much. The night didn't get much better for them because they lost like 31-11. You guys just speaking of kicking their butt. I mean, you guys did.
As they used to say in the pro wrestling world of Ron and Don Wright, I said it was a Tennessee dog whooping.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly right. All right, very quickly. So you're going to meet with Donald Trump today, and you and
an hour.
And other lawmakers and so forth. So you guys have so much to talk about. I mean, you've got illegal immigration to talk about, among many other things. You've got Ukraine to talk about as well. I'm curious because I'm fascinated by this stuff. So is there like a big room or something that you guys meet in? Like, is it at a hotel?
Yeah,
we'll
meet over what's called the Capitol. We'll meet over at the Capitol Hill Club, and because that's where they can have tight security.
Got it.
They can. I've been in them and over here at the Capitol, and they'll bring the vice president in, but Trump is a target, obviously, by the left, and every crazy protester in the world will be out there. So, and they're tight. It's already pretty tight around here today. you can always tell when they've got the guy out on the corner with the AR. That's usually lets you know that there's something going on. And, and I've had these crazy death threats. I'm on this Ukraine list. So,
are you really?
Oh, yeah, I'm on that. And so I was...
well, it's not surprising. I mean, you have, been very vocal against it. So let me just throw down some questions for you real quick.
Sure.
Number one, Biden's executive order on immigration. Of course, it turns out that, basically there's so many loopholes in there that anybody can come in and it's catch and release.
It fell flat. The Democrats are even running from it. There's nothing in there, just another layer of bureaucracies. It's just I guess if you're an immigration lawyer, you probably like it because you're going to have to go through them another step. And the catch and release. And yes, we just heard yesterday that there was a terrorist cell in the country, and we're not really sure where they're at and how many are in here. And it's just, it's just constant. It's constant with this bunch. They're anarchists, and you've got a dawdling old man in the White House who can't find the soft serve ice cream machine.
So let's say that Donald Trump does win the White House, how do we take care of all of the problems that Joe Biden is going to leave behind? I mean, we're going to have, millions of illegal aliens in this country.
Sure.
We have how do we get them out? Is there a way to rectify what Joe Biden has wrecked?
Probably not. What's going to have to happen, it's going to be, people are going to want it to happen overnight, and it won't. But you're going to have Chamber of Commerce, the National Chamber of Commerce will be fighting us every step of the way, and these weak Republicans and Democrats will side with the left, and they'll hope that this issue kind of fades away, which they all seem to do until something bad happens, and then we get fired up again. There's talk that they'll have some sort of transit system. I would say it'd be a good time to buy bus stock, because that would be, busing companies would be the ones that have to do it. And I suspect, the way I've understood it, they'll just start transporting them over the border. But you got to have the wall. And the one thing I'm worried about is the spending. We will go into a massive spending to undo their massive spending. And I think that's the wrong approach. I think we can handle it within the system pretty easily if we would just ease along and not just knee-jerk the whole thing. I think there's a process we can do. And rounding up people is the first time you separate a mom from their kid, that's going to be 6 o'clock news. And people are going to start screaming, saying, no, stop, this is not what we meant. This guy's a neighbor of mine. His kids go to my kid's school and so on and so forth. So I think we need a plan. We need a serious plan, and not just something that just like I said, not a knee-jerk type reaction.
7:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. Congressman, hold on one sec. We got some big traffic problems here in Nashville we got to tell folks about. We'll return next. Let's check the roads. Thank you very much. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, sunny today, a high of 92. We are under an air quality alert as well. And right now, 63 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. Congressman, you were talking about the cost of deporting all of these illegal aliens. It's not only, as you know, it's not only about deporting them, but it's also about finding them. I mean, it's almost like we are going to be dealing with the problem because Republicans will want to deal with it, as opposed to what the Democrats are doing, which is creating the problem. But you bring up a point that I've been making for a long time, which is it's great to say we need to deport everybody, but number one, how do you find them? Number two, how do you actually get them out of our country? And then there is the fallout, if you will, as you just said. You're talking about separating a mother and a child and so forth. And so is that the kind of thing that is being discussed right now by Republicans on Capitol Hill?
They are, but, as my former landlord in Nashville, Brian Mabry, and I've discussed, it's really a situation like you've got a boat that's leaking water, and you can bail or you can plug the hole first. And I submit that she should plug the hole first. I think we should concentrate on the wall, and then when they get picked up for criminal activity, then you start deporting them. Because if you deport them now, it's just going to be a revolving door. They're just going to figure out another way to get back. So build the wall first, then start with the deportation, and you start with the criminals, of course. And you got to make sure that there's something in Mexico if they commit a crime. If they commit murder or something, deport them. Well, that's no crime. They're going to go back to their families and life of crime back in Mexico or wherever they come from with the cartels. So you have to have some degree of who you're going to imprison and who you're not. So I would hope that we would not just knee-jerk it, like I said, and because we'll just spend a lot of money and then it'll be completely undone.
And I don't think you can. I mean, there's no way to knee-jerk it. I mean, you have to figure out the plan, and then you have to execute the plan. I think that there's a lot of folks out there that when you talk about knee-jerking, you're right. It's real easy to say deport them all, but okay, how do you possibly do that?
Yeah, you're talking billions of dollars. I mean, we know 14 million have come over in the last 3 years that we know of. And then, you've got the terrorists, you've got the communist Chinese, who I keep saying when China rolls on Taiwan, they're not going to be down at the Marine Corps recruiting station signing up to fight for America. And we got to figure out what they're going to do. And it's going to be tough. People are going to have to suck it up because it's going to look bad in the press, and people are going to, because the press is not on our side.
No.
I mean, you all are, but you know what I mean. The national media, they're anarchists. They have so much invested in Joe Biden that they cannot let this slide at all. They're still touting him. I mean, the left's moral compass is the TV show The View, and so that's kind of what they follow.
Well, let's not, Congressman. I may have to respectfully correct you. What about Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski? I mean, come on.
You know what? I wouldn't recognize their voices if they were to call in on the radio right now. I do not let them fill up any spot in my brain. In the gym, they have them sometimes when the Democrats get to the workout area early. They'll have them on first. And honestly, I don't. Scarborough, he was
a Republican.
He ran in he was in Matt Gaetz' district of all things, I believe. So anyway, I just don't have. I don't pay them any attention.
That's got to be fun in the workout room, working out next to a guy like Dan Goldman.
I see him every day. I saw him last night at the ball game.
Yeah, he whiffed. Did you know that his strikeout against Stubbe, that has gone viral?
I wouldn't doubt it, but you know what? He probably tripped over one of his bales of $100 bills. He's the heir to the Levi's fortune.
Yeah.
And so, he ain't missing any meals. These guys up here. My banker called me one day and said, Tim, he said, you are the most honest person in Congress. And I said, well, thank you, brother. And he said, hey, brother. And he also said, you are the poorest member from Tennessee. And I said, I know that.
Listen,
I see these guys worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and I just shake my head.
Listen, you're a man of honor, and we appreciate you coming on with us at the very last minute. So thank you very much. Real quickly, we kind of sort of touched on this, but you, Donald Trump, other Republicans, what's the conversation going to be about? Just give me a tick list of what is going to be discussed.
It's Trump. I mean, it could go an hour and a half or longer, but I think I hope what he talks about, we've already talked about, that Americans are paying $600 more a month just to survive, the border, the fentanyl, the terrible military situation we're in right now, just the morale and all the crazy woke policies that are destroying the foundation of this country. I hope he talks about how we're going to fix all those things.
Yep.
So
there's a lot to fix.
That's what my thought is.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Congressman Tim Burchett, on the Newsmaker Hotline at the very last minute. So again, thank you very much for that. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Springtime heading into summertime. Well, look at 92 degrees right now. Or it's going to be 92 degrees here in Middle Tennessee today. So if you need anything to enjoy the outdoors, maybe you need some outdoor lawn furniture, maybe you need some lawn equipment, DT McCall's is your place to go for whatever you need to get ready for this hotter weather. Listen, maybe you need indoor furniture because you don't plan on going outside. Whatever you need for your home, your lawn, your garage, your garden, DT McCall's is right there waiting for you. Lawn mowers, patio furniture, and a whole lot more. Stop by one of DT McCall's 5 locations, or you can find them online at dtmccalls.com. You need kitchen appliances, washer and dryer sets, any kind of home furnishing, DT McCall's has great value and great customer service as well. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 100 years, and they've lasted so long because of that customer service and great quality of products. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. No doubt one near you. Carthage, Franklin, Cookeville, Lafayette, and Lebanon. Always online at dtmccalls.com. 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, we've got the news at 7:30. What's coming up?
Yeah, we got fire in the west, threatening lives, rain, threatening lives here in the southeast. Better check with your airline before getting to the airport. Another deadly shooting in a Nashville park involving teenagers, and Metro employees sound off about the latest cost of living raise they're being offered at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matthew Hurt, grassroots political reporter. Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us, and he's in Washington, D.C., and he'll be joining us. He also, by the way, was at the congressional baseball game yesterday. So going to get his opinion on Dan Goldman's whiff. I don't know why I find that so funny. You know, I'm going to tweet it out, but it was also out of the strike zone. And so to me, I hope that Dan Goldman's whiff, you know, the Democrat, he truly is, I don't know, who's the dumbest of the dumb of the Democrats? Who's your favorite person?
That's too large a field, Dan.
Well, you know, it is a very large field, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you want to say Nancy Pelosi, but on the other hand, she's gotten away with an awful lot, and that does take some brains, actually. So you got Nancy Pelosi, you got Dan Goldman, you got AOC, you've got Rashida Tlaib, you've got Ilhan Omar. Who was the guy that pulled the fire alarm? Who was that? Who was that guy?
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. He's almost like one of the side squad members. You know what I mean? He's not one of the core guys. He's just as dumb as the core, but I can't remember his name now.
Jamal Bowman of New York.
Jamal Bowman of New York. That's right. So, you know, who's your favorite dumb Democrat in the House of Representatives? Let's go to the phones. 7:30 on Nashville's Morning News. Big news for my friends at Window Nation. They are my friends, by the way. I love the fact that they put windows in my basement studio. Now, they look great. I love the temperature down there, and I got to tell you that this is a company that I appreciate so much. I'm having them back, and they're going to put windows in my kitchen and my bedroom as well. This is why I like Window Nation, because you do work with them one time, and then you have them come back because you're so satisfied with the work. And right now, they've got a great deal going on. They're celebrating by giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 years, plus an additional bonus savings offer when you schedule an appointment now. They show up, they take a few measurements, and they come back, and they put the windows in. No stress, no hassle, no mess. No problem. And this month only, get 50% off all windows plus 0% interest for 5 years and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Let's check that delay there on 24 if you're trying to get to Clarksville. Yeah, that's nearly a 2-hour delay now. 24 westbound is shut down because of that semi and 3 cars piling up just past Maxey Road. Then you've got another crash in the backup. So that's really backing things up. 24 westbound trying to get to Clarksville. That is a 100-minute delay right now. Heat and humidity ramping up today, making the air unhealthy for people with respiratory disease like asthma. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Severe weather in South Florida, where a state of emergency has been declared for life-threatening flooding. Victor Oquendo says it'd be a good idea to check with your flight before getting to the airport today.
More than 1,000 flights canceled or delayed.
I was through security, and then I got the notification that it was canceled. So, hey, nothing you can do about the weather.
Submerged roads making transportation a nightmare.
Meanwhile, out west, a new wildfire burning up homes, sparking evacuations just about an hour outside of Phoenix, where the high temperature hit 111 yesterday, 109 degrees in Vegas. Here in Middle Tennessee, for the second time in 2 weeks, a fight between teenagers turning deadly in Nashville. Channel 4 interviewed a woman who says her son was at the Madison Park yesterday before a group of teenagers showed up, guns displayed, and a 16-year-old was killed. He was texting her.
He says, "Mom, well, I think I might come home. Things do not look, they don't look good over here at the park." They approached one guy showing off his firearm, and I'm not sure if words were said or how close my child was toward that, but as he saw the guns come out and out of the clothing, He texts his friends. He's like, it's not a good time. Dude, go back home.
Just 2 weeks ago, a 13-year-old was shot and killed at Red Caboose Park in Bellevue. And that's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 7:33 on Nashville's Morning News. Gentlemen, I think I may have opened up a bit of a can of worms here because I asked for your favorite dumb Democrat, and the super text line is exploding.
It's in fuego.
And you know what? I missed one. And Chris had absolutely called me out, and he should.
Yeah.
You know who I forget? I forgot.
Who's that? Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters.
Yeah.
I forgot Maxine. But you know, there's so many.
Yeah.
I didn't I'm seeing through all of these text messages that are coming in, and there's just so many.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
That's exactly right. So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, Father's Day is coming up. That's number one. Number two, it doesn't matter the reason. If you need a great gift for a loved one, think about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. They've got great selection and fair prices as well. No upselling. So if you need something great for, again, your dad, your husband, your wife, your daughter, whatever it is, think again about Brentwood Jewelry. Maybe you want to get dad or your husband a great watch. You know, Brentwood Jewelry has all the best brands, and you'll be able to find something within your budget. So, as I said, no matter the season or the reason, Brentwood Jewelry has all kinds of gift options for you to choose from. Located in the heart of Brentwood at 7012 Church Street East, just off Church Street East. Located just off Franklin Road, exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Shop in store or online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know, I asked, and I certainly did receive, your favorite dumb Democrat. It really is a clown show. And when you actually sit down and you think about these folks, you've got Hank Johnson, who thought that an island could, I guess, tilt upside down, turn over, if you will. You've got Maxine Waters. You've got Adam Schiff. Jamal Bowman, which, according to Chris Hand, of course, squad adjacent is what I was trying to say. You've got AOC. You've got Ilhan Omar. I mean, you look at these folks and you listen to these folks, and truly, I mean, clown show is Nancy Pelosi. I mean, clown show is really the proper way to describe these folks. So, Swalwell, another one. Jerry Nadler, another. How did I miss all of these? Anthony Weiner, that goes back a little bit. But, I mean, you could just go on and on with these folks. I'm trying to, they are coming in, AOC, Mad Maxine. Most people are saying Hank Johnson. Now, I want to bring in Matthew Hurt to the conversation. Matthew, you are right there, like in the circus tent, if you will, observing all of these clowns. And do you have a favorite dumb Democrat? Because when you look at these folks, and they've said silly things, they've done silly things, quite frankly, some of them look incredibly silly. Do you have a favorite?
You know, AOC lives just a few blocks south of the House side of the Capitol, right above a Whole Foods, if she's still in that apartment. And when she was doing her wine and IKEA furniture assembly Instagram lives a couple of years ago, that was some of the silliest content that I've seen. You know, basically a bunch of these young Democrats who were molded in upper division political science courses with left-wing professors like the ones I had at MTSU. They have the silliest ideas that do not work in practice, that actually make Americans less well-off, more impoverished, and less free. And those are the ones, those clowns, especially the ones that are around my age now, who are in Congress, who are the most clownish, but also the most dangerous, because their ideas are what we rejected, what the 20th century rejected, socialism and communism, which led to the deaths of tens of millions of people, and they want to import that right here to the U.S. Through the halls of Congress. And, you know, you had Tim Burchett on in the last segment, and that guy is the conscience, the common sense voice in the House. He's a great guy, and just does what's right for the people and does what's right for East Tennessee and for Tennessee. And so it's a refreshing voice, Tim Burchett, going up against all of these clowns in the Democratic Party.
There you go. You know, it is funny, too, because the clown show, that's a pretty big tent, because you got all these people that would still vote for a Hank Johnson. People are still voting for the likes of, I don't know, Rashida Tlaib and some of these other folks, Ilhan Omar, Adam Schiff, lying to the American people over and over and over again about Trump and Russian collusion and the rest of that nuttiness. And that's what they do. So you've got the representatives, and then you have the people that vote them in. Now, you were at the congressional baseball game last night, and I from what I understand, Tim Burchett walked. I spoke to Congressman Burchett. He walked. I can't seem to find out from Andy Ogles, who was the other Tennessee representative that played in the game last night. How did he do? How did Andy do?
I was there for about half of the game. Of course, the congressional baseball game is a great opportunity to bring Republicans and Democrats together. It is, you know, the stands are full of Hill staffers and people from organizations that you've heard of and left-wing organizations that you haven't. And it's a really great opportunity to raise money for D.C. area charities. I think that is what we shouldn't lose in a discussion like this. But the action on the field, even though Republicans, 31-11, Republicans have won the last 4 games going back to 2021. And but the action on the field that was not perpetrated by the players, by the members of Congress, was quite exciting. There were climate protesters at one point who jumped onto the field, were tackled very quickly, and for most of the game, there were more police officers on the field than there were members of Congress. And this is because the left believes that no place is sacred, that any place is an appropriate place for a protest. There were climate protesters outside of the stadium. Once you made your way in, there were pro-Hamas protesters who were arrested in waves.
Insanity.
As I was making my way to my seat, there were 7 or 8 who were pulled out of the section right before mine. And then, of course, in the second or third inning, there were climate protesters who ran out onto the field and were quickly tackled by police officers. I didn't actually see Andy make it up to bat. I'm not sure that he did. But a couple of times, the last couple of years, they've had some really good players. I know Senator Paul, who was a star on the Republican team for a while, sat out most of last year. I wasn't even sure if he was in the dugout this year. But This is, it's a tremendous opportunity for people to come together, and they split the stadium right in half. So Republicans and conservatives generally sit in right field, and then Democrats and leftists sit obviously in left field and out on that side of the stadium. And then if you just walk through, you see people that, people who work on the Hill, people who work at associations and other organizations, and it's a really great opportunity for people to sort of step away from the Capitol and enjoy a good night of baseball.
Do you think it does bring people together?
I do. There were all kinds of vendors and organizations out front as you walk in. Meta, Facebook, and our friends at Americans for Prosperity had a table there, and many people who are able to showcase their whatever it is they're working on, the policy issues. I'm sitting at my desk right now. I've got a C-SPAN 2024 hat on my desk that I pulled from the game last night, and I think it's a great opportunity for people to socialize. The thing that we've seen, the problem that we see in Congress and that we see a little bit in the State House in Tennessee, is that the relationships that used to exist, the personal relationships between members that allowed them to disagree without being disagreeable, those relationships have diminished over the last decade or so. And an event like this that brings not only the members together, but also the member staff, Chuck Fleischman, his office staff had Fleischman baseball shirts on, and there were dozens and dozens of members of Congress who had either campaign shirts or baseball themed T-shirts, and it was just a really light atmosphere, with the exception of the protest, which I had not seen at a congressional baseball game before.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to be the last time you see that. Matthew Hurt joining us real quickly. Got to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 747, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today goes, sunny, a high of 92. Also an air quality alert as well. So keep it safe out there today. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One final thing on the baseball game last night, then we'll move on. BetOnline.ag gave higher odds for a GOP win, and also pegged the Republicans as more likely to bean their opponents with a pitch or throw the first punch in a bench-clearing brawl. So there is that as well. All right, interesting story that I saw this morning where you've got the Republicans, I should say the Democrats, they're really angry because of something Hillary Clinton did. Apparently, Hillary has thrown her considerable political weight behind a candidate that is not Jamal Bowman. Have you heard about that?
I have heard about it, but not from Republicans. I've heard it from Democrat rank and file. It made Twitter yesterday. She's wading into these races, and a lot of the ongoing left-wing and Democrat consultants and activists on Twitter are really upset that she is deciding to do this once again. She's done this she did it in 2020, and she wades into these elections. But Democrats are even really tired of Hillary Clinton right now, and it was fascinating to see the kinds of insult and side-eye and other kind of commentary from progressive activists on Twitter about her recent endorsement.
Do you think that her endorsement means a lot to the Democrat Party these days, and specifically perhaps in Jamal Bowman's district?
It may mean something for the donor class. You know, Hillary Clinton, when she ran for president, when she ran for U.S. Senate out of New York, she has a large Rolodex of people who wrote checks to her, and an endorsement by someone with that kind of support, that kind of financial support, lends some of that financial support to the person who's received the endorsement. Does it mean a lot for the voters on the ground? Maybe not. Does it look nice in a mailer or in literature? Certainly, and it adds credibility to someone, especially someone who's challenging an incumbent. But for the most part, the average voter doesn't pay attention. What it does do is provide oftentimes a financial boost or access to donor resources that individual would not otherwise have access to.
Donald Trump, we just had Tim Burchett on. You heard that we were talking about this. There's so many things that the former president can talk about with Republicans these days. Of course, we have the 8 that were arrested with ties to ISIS coming across our southern border. They had this CBP-1 app. At least one of them did. And we've got the spending. We've got more money going to Ukraine. Any number of things the former president can speak about with the Republicans, not to mention, of course, Joe Biden's state of mind. What do you think the top 1 or 2 issues that the former president is going to discuss with the Republicans in the House?
He'll be at Capitol Hill Club, I believe, today talking with Republicans. The financial policy, the fiscal policy, the thing that has surprised me the most this week about Donald Trump was his statement about not taxing tips. And I think if you were trying to carve out a space as the party of the working class, and you're looking at states like Nevada or Pennsylvania or Michigan, this announcement earlier this week or late last week, where he would not tax tips, is significant. And conservative activists are seizing on it on social media. They are tipping, and they're tipping well, and they're taking pictures of those tips, and they're posting them on social media and saying Donald Trump won't tax your tips. I think that's a significant...
I love that. I didn't know that was going on social media. So conservatives are doing that, giving big tips and letting people know that will not be taxed under Donald Trump. That is great.
Blake Masters, who's run before in Arizona, gave a $50 tip, I think, on a $75 check. And this is the only way it works. You can't go to O'Charlie's or, whatever restaurant you go to on Sunday after church and tip 14% and then take a photo of it and say Donald Trump won't tax your tips. It has to be a significant amount of money for that waiter or waitress who is on their feet all day dealing with customers of varying degrees of personality style. And I think this is significant. Back when Ron Paul ran in 2008 and 2012, there was he had a palm card that said Ron Paul won't tax your tips. And I remember as a Ron Paul activist in Murfreesboro, using that palm card and tipping to the extent that I could as a college student to members of the food service industry. And I think that is a significant grassroots boost by conservatives and people who can do just a little more to campaign. Not a lot of people will knock doors. Right. Not a lot of people will make phone calls, but a lot of people go out to restaurants, and a lot of people enjoy their time dining out with friends and family.
Yep.
And they can make that an enjoyable experience for a waiter or a waitress, and they can make a minor political point in the process.
We ought to do? We ought to come up with like a Republican WTN conservative card, something, and just have it say exactly what you said, Matthew. Donald Trump will not tax your tips, and just have people give them out. I go to Starbucks almost every day. I know, leave me alone. I go to Starbucks almost every day, and I think it'd be great to put one of those cards in the tip jar there at Starbucks, and maybe they will not spit in my coffee.
Well, most of the time, Dan, and having worked in the food service industry when I was in college, most of the time you get one of these gimmicks, and it's what looks like a folded over $100 bill, and 9 times out of 10, it's a religious tract, and somebody who has been on their feet for 8 hours, and they look at the table and they see what looks like a large amount of money. that is a mismanagement of someone's expectations. But absolutely, if someone were to produce, a little card, a business card or a small palm card, that would have to accompany, I think, a 25 or 30% at least tip so that it would stand out. And I think that is it's a nice thing to do. But two, it allows you to make a kind political point to someone who is probably statistically not likely to vote, may not be registered, but if they have this kind of conversation with someone, they could change their minds. And especially out in Nevada, the culinary union and the unions affiliated with the casinos have a lot of power. And if people go out and say, your tip shouldn't be taxed, and you're at the buffet at a casino and you tip your waiter or waitress, that is going to send a strong message. And I think it's a clever and I think heartwarming even political point that you can make for somebody in the food service industry.
All right, Matthew, as always, great comments, great analysis, and we'll have you back next week. It is 7:55. Ken Weaver, what's coming up?
Life-threatening weather calls for a federal investigation of the Metro Police Department, wars raging in Gaza and Ukraine, and what is Russia doing off the coast of Cuba? Coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we've got an 83-minute delay now. If you're trying to get to Clarksville, you've got that crash that has shut down 24 westbound just beyond Maxey Drive. That involved a tractor-trailer rig and 3 cars. That tractor-trailer caught fire. Now it looks like that is not going to be reopened until 9:30 at the earliest. This is turning into a fatal crash scene investigation. Heat and humidity ramping up today, going to make the air unhealthy for folks with respiratory disease such as asthma, and even younger kids and older adults who may not have that issue are being asked to limit their time outdoors today because of the Code Orange health advisory. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. As far as the weather's concerned, get a look at what's going on over in Florida, southern Florida to be precise. Andrew Denbert.
This morning, a state of emergency in Florida as life-threatening flash floods inundate the southern parts of the state. Tropical rainstorms unleashing more than a foot of rain in some areas. Hallandale Beach hit hard, more than 17 inches falling, 12 of those in just a few hours, with cars submerged.
So up to the windows.
One resident opting to kayak instead. Many in the area say they're still recovering from last year's storms.
Yeah, rain's expected to fall in the area through Saturday. Meanwhile, you have wildfires burning homes and forcing people out of their neighborhoods just about an hour outside of Phoenix, where the temperature hit 111 yesterday. Here in Nashville, the Police Oversight Board calling for the Department of Justice to investigate Metro Police and spend some police staff in the wake of what they say is a whistleblower complaint that accuses higher-ups of working with state lawmakers to get rid of the Community Oversight Board and turn it into what it is today with less investigative power. Wars raging in Gaza and Ukraine. There's been a major escalation on Israel's northern border.
Iran-backed Hezbollah militants launching the biggest barrage of rockets since the war in Gaza began. More than 200 rockets fired in a matter of hours. The IDF saying most intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome. Hezbollah retaliating after an Israeli airstrike killed one of its top commanders in southern Lebanon.
That's Tom Sufi Burridge. President Biden meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky today to sign a security agreement pledging long-term cooperation. After the two presidents will meet, they'll take questions from reporters. Meanwhile, the Pentagon downplaying Russian warships entering the waters off of Cuba. And that includes a nuclear-powered submarine.
A brazen display of Russian military power just about 100 miles off the Florida coast. Cuba welcoming 4 massive Russian warships, including that nuclear-powered submarine. And one of those warships armed with a missile that the Russians claim can move so rapidly it can evade detection.
Martha Raddatz reporting. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 62, S&P up 14, NASDAQ up 141. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News. All right, I want to do something. Ken, Johnny, again, I'm calling an audible.
Oh, we're going home?
Omaha. No, but every time this taxing of tips comes up,
yeah,
I get so much input on it from conservatives, and everybody's got a different opinion.
Yeah.
I want to take calls on this.
Whoa.
I do. I want to take calls on this.
That's a radical move, Brother Dan.
Boy, it sure is.
Oh, stop it, you two.
Look at you
What is
go.
wrong with you two?
Let's take some calls.
615-7... The last time I tried to take calls, it ended in disaster. So 615-737-9986. Where do you stand on Donald Trump and his statement that he will not tax tips? And I think it's an interesting concept because, number one, the reason why I want to take, and phone lines are open, the reason I want to take calls on this is because I'm getting so much input on this that is really different. And so there's definitely a conservative non-consensus here where some people think it's a great idea, other people believe. And by the way, he would need congressional cooperation or approval. So if you're really excited about, not having your tips taxed, then you've got to vote all across the board for Republicans because we need a Republican-run Senate, and of course we would also need the House. But by and large, it falls along two lines of thought. Number one is if I have to pay taxes, why shouldn't they? That's number one. And number two, my feeling is that if I'm getting good service, and I decide out of the goodness of my heart that person has earned money because they've done a really good job, and my money's already, of course, been taxed. So then why can't I just slip that person a 5 or a 10 or a 15 or a 20, depending on what the bill is? I don't see why that should be any business of the government's. I mean, this is the business between me and the waiter, waitress, server, whatever it is. So, and I'm speaking as somebody who I'm just going to tell you, I happen to, by and large, I'm a generous tipper. I just am. Because I appreciate, number one, that people these days are even showing up for work. And number two, if somebody does a good job, I do feel like they do deserve a good tip.
Yes,
so what do you think, Ken?
I agree with I agree with the generous tipping. I don't know if I want the government getting involved for just one particular segment of the workforce. I don't particularly like when government intervenes in anything.
Well, I'm with you on that. So do you agree or disagree with Trump saying he will not tip taxes? He will not tax tips. I keep going backwards.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. Okay. Johnny, where are you at on this before I go to the phones?
Well, the way I look at it, I'm all for him doing this because this is a private. To me, it's like a private.
It's like a private transaction.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly right. So there you go. Well, let's see what the people say. David is on line 1 on WTN. David, what do you think?
Well, I'm biased. I've been in the restaurant industry for over 25 years, and I've worked everything from. I've worked for James Beard Award nominated chefs to corporate chain restaurants and everything in between. And, I also, when I go out to eat, usually we go out to eat at nicer restaurants, and I'm usually a 20 to 22% tipper if the service is what it needs to be. But servers get paid $2.13 an hour, I think.
Yeah, we should have mentioned that. Remember, friends, that servers they don't make actual minimum wage, if you will, which is at the federal level, $7.25. So they make well under what the minimum wage is because they get those tips, right?
And they get taxed on the $2.13 an hour.
Yeah.
Most servers do not see a paycheck. They just don't. So I think that it is perfectly acceptable, especially in an industry where you deal with all kinds of crummy people.
Yep.
And I can speak for it from front of the house and back of the house. You work rough hours. We're talking in some cases, 12 to 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
Crummy people, crummy coworkers, crummy bosses, people calling out, people acting like schmucks, and I don't think it's.
Hey Dave, let me ask you a question, kind of sort of topic adjacent. So there has been and I don't like this. There has been a big backlash on the flipping of the little iPad thing, where it's like, okay, so you've literally just given a very quick order at a counter, but then you're being asked to tip, and it feels like there is this movement, this drive, where you're being asked to tip, where in instances where traditionally we haven't been asked to tip before, and there's been a bit of a pushback against that. What do you think of that, as somebody who works in the restaurants?
I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Okay.
So, if you're going to a restaurant and you're getting a to-go order, and I am very anti Grubhub and Uber Eats and stuff like that, because having worked in restaurants, I have been the to-go guy. And I remember, when before the advent of those companies, when I used to work, to-goes, that was a quick $40, $50, $60 on the lunch shift. And now with these companies, obviously most people aren't going to tip the restaurant person, they're going to tip the driver. So, if you're getting to-goes from a restaurant, then yes, by all means, tip your to-go person and don't be chintzy about it. But at the counter, I guess I'm good for $2 to $5. If all you did was take my order and hand me a cup.
Yeah.
I suppose, again.
David, your phone cut out. Maybe you need to tip your phone more. Totally kidding. But thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 615-737-9986. President Trump, future President Trump, hopefully, and former President Trump, says now that he will not tax tips. I want to know what you think about that, because I think everybody's got a different opinion on that. 615-737-9986. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Today, sunny, a high of 92, air quality alert right now, and we are at 72 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Trump says he will not tax tips, and I want to know what you think about that, because it seems to me like a lot of conservatives have differing viewpoints on this. Some of you folks think that he's just pandering to get votes. Diane is on line 3 on WTN. Hello, Diane. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, mine is more about the promotion side, because you guys were talking about that a little while ago. So mine is two-pronged. One, you go to a restaurant, carry cash, tip the server with cash. So that takes the government out of it. And then two, you write on the receipt, tip with cash, support Trump. And you do the same thing with cash to the server. Write him a little note. I'm tipping with cash, support Trump. And that's how you get the word out.
Diana, did you hear my interview with Matthew Hurt, where apparently this is an online thing where you have folks now and they've got little cards and it basically says Donald Trump will not tax tips, vote Trump. Would you ever do that?
Well, I would. And also, guys, I think all the time about sending cash to Trump, but I think this is more effective because I'm not going to give Trump $500 and I don't want them hounding me. So the idea of giving the server a nice tip, not outrageous, I can't do that either, at least says this is the reason behind it. So
all right, Diane, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's a good point about giving cash.
It is a great point.
That's a great point about giving cash.
It is a great point. Deborah's on line 4. Hey, Deborah.
Good morning. conservative here, and I'm all for Trump, and I think that's a wonderful idea. Earlier in my life, I worked as a waitress at a awful waffle.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I ended up, even back then, with no check because of tips on the little bitty, or taxes on the little bitty tips that I got. So, and there's some of the lower paid people in our society, and I think if you want to give them $5, they should get $5.
And I see that's where I fall. Deborah, thank you very much. I appreciate the call. Last call on this, Johnny. Sharon's on WTN. Hey, Sharon.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you on that and the last caller. I've been in that kind of world for years, on both sides, really. So I get it that most of the people who get tips are the lowest paid people out there. And they need to have all that tip money. First of all, that is important. And then second, whoever gave that tip money, didn't they already pay taxes on that money?
That's my point is that, look, I already paid money for this, so I can spend it the way that I want. And if I want to give it to a server, then that is of no business of the government, in my opinion.
Yes, I totally agree. As a matter of fact, we are taxed so much on everything, and sometimes double and triple on the same money. So when are we going to throw the tea in the harbor?
There you I don't know. It's pretty expensive these days, but thank you for the call, Sharon. I appreciate it. She's right. And you know what? I would not be opposed to making up little WTN cards that say something like, they'd never let us do it, but, vote, Trump will not tax tips, vote Trump. And putting them in the tip jar. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
No, I wouldn't either. And another group of people I like to tip, local musicians, because they play for nothing half the time. Yeah. When you see that tip jar, man, be sure and give to them.
Even if they're off key. Listen, off key, they get like 10%, but if they actually hit the note, 15 to 20.
There you go.
There you go. That's what you do.
Yeah, sometimes I tip 30% or more.
I do too.
Yeah.
See, so what's the...
Most of the time I tip 30% or more. I actually have to say. The rare occasion that I don't, it's because there has been something that has not been pleasing during the service.
During my time when I was, far, far, far younger, like 16, 17 years old, when I worked in that fast food place, I realized how important tips can be.
Oh, yeah.
And that never left me because I was, 16 years old and I was broke.
Man, I've got 2 kids in the service industry, and they tell me stories about groups of people that come in and leave no tip.
Oh, yeah.
And that pisses me off.
My daughter, same thing, service industry. And she was telling me about, like you said, Ken, I don't want to say too much, but her industry is very tip oriented. And there have been times when groups of people come in and she'll work her butt off and she'll get like $1.
I was amazed and frankly angered when I heard that there was a member of REM that visited a club here.
Yeah.
Ran up a big bill and did not tip.
Really?
At all.
Are you kidding? Really?
Yes.
Now, if they don't leave a tip, then do you give them the benefit of the doubt and maybe they just forgot to leave a tip? Or if they leave, that's why when people leave $1, that is a tip, that is a message tip.
Yes.
Like you were, for whatever reason, they just didn't like you, whatever it might be. And that's happened, I think, to anybody who is a server. They have received that $1 tip or that nickel tip or that penny tip or whatever it is, that message from that customer. And I hate that. I hate that a lot. During the Gang of Four Amigos, I'm going to ask all of us if there has been an instance where you did give a massive tip, like for whatever reason. Did you give a big, unusually high tip, and what reason did you have for giving that tip? So I'm curious. I'm going to ask Chris Hand, see if he says not a fan, and not a fan of tipping. And let's you guys too. I'm kidding. We love Chris.
Yes, we do.
8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Cove Generators. Listen, this is my generator company. I love these folks. You know that in Middle Tennessee, you never quite know when we're going to get hit with a storm or power outage. So you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at Cove Generators. Right now, listeners to my show get a free 10-year warranty, and it's going to be upgraded too. An upgraded and free 10-year warranty, $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in the state of Tennessee. So remember that great deal, a free upgraded 10-year warranty, $500 off when you mention my name. That is a great deal, and a deal that you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. They've also got great financing options as well. 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. You can find them online at covegenerators.com. Call these folks and get one of their generators and never lose power again. Terms and conditions may apply. 8:24 on WTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Wild weather. We've got wildfires in the west. We've got a state of emergency in southern Florida where the rain is just relentless. For the second time in 2 weeks in Nashville, a fight among teenagers at parks turns deadly. And Metro employees want a bigger cost of living increase than what Mayor O'Connell is offering right now at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America? They've got over 11,000 5-star reviews. Now at Mark Spain Real Estate, they're going to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. This is hassle-free selling with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, they've helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. Now, one of our listeners and Mark Spain's client, she says that Mark Spain Real Estate's knowledge of the market and strategy made selling my home simple. She says she's already recommended Mark Spain Real Estate to some of her friends. Call them today at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Check that traffic situation. If you're trying to get to Clarksville, that's going to be an hour delay. They're still investigating that crash involving a semi and 4 other cars just past Maxey Road. Looks like that thing's not going to reopen fully until about 9:30 this morning. Heat and humidity ramping up today to make the air unhealthy for people with respiratory disease like asthma. Also, health officials suggest kids and older adults limit exertion outside today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Boy, it's hot in Arizona where wildfires are threatening lives, burning homes, sending people out of their neighborhoods. About an hour outside of Phoenix where temperatures reached 111 degrees yesterday. Meanwhile, a state of emergency in Florida as life-threatening flash floods inundate the southern part of the state. Here in Middle Tennessee, for the second time in 2 weeks, a fight between teenagers at parks has turned deadly in Nashville. Channel 4 interviewed a woman who says her son was texting her while he was at that Madison Park yesterday where a group of teenagers showed up with guns and a 16-year-old was killed.
He says, "Mom, well, I think I might come home. Things they don't look good over here at the park." They approached one guy showing off his firearm, and I'm not sure if words were said or how close my child was toward that. But as he saw the guns come out and out of the clothing, he texted his friends. He's like, "It's not a good time. Dude, go back home."
Just 2 weeks ago, a 13-year-old was shot to death at Red Caboose Park in Bellevue. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We're a couple of minutes into the brand new trading day. Right now, the Dow is down 113, S&P up 15, NASDAQ up 104. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:32, Dan Mandis here. It is an election year. I bet you're wondering if you're invested for the future and for your retirement, regardless of what happens in November. Well, I can't tell you that, obviously, but what I can tell you is that Paul Winkler and his team can help you get the answers that you need. Now, Paul has been on the radio here in Middle Tennessee for nearly 20 years, and he and his team are all former investment brokers, insurance agents. One was even a securities attorney who worked for a big financial company. Now, they know the investing world inside and out, and yes, they are ready to put that knowledge to work for you. Check out Paul Winkler and his entire team at paulwinkler.com. Now, these folks are fee-based. In other words, no commissions, which means they're not trying to sell you something. They simply want to teach you how to relax about money. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-851-1950 for Paul Winkler. 615-851-1950. You can find him online, paulwinkler.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos, brought to you by My Patriot Supply and preparewithmandis.com. Hello, Ken Weaver.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
Johnny B, Chris Hand, I'm Dan. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking with us through this broadcast morning.
Please stay.
Yeah, please stay.
We need all the friends we can get.
We sure do. Man, we sure do. We sure do.
Please like and share.
Yes, please.
So we're talking about...
please tip.
Please tip. Do we take tips?
Just the tip.
I will.
You ever gotten...
Yeah, well, I will.
Anyway, so moving right along. So, all right, we're talking about whether or not tips should be taxed.
Yeah.
And so I stated that I don't believe that tips should be taxed. Johnny is with me. Ken is a little more in the middle, but I mean, I think Ken sort of agrees, but doesn't agree with it. I don't know. Ken's sort of like...
I just don't like government mandating things, and to do it for one segment and not another. I would rather just all taxes.
I like that.
Go away.
So, but specifically for tips, what do you want to do?
I'm fine with them getting rid of taxes on tips. I think the more that we can get rid of taxes, the better we're going to be. That money's already been taxed out of my check. Why are we taxing it again?
Well, that's true. That's true.
The revolutionaries, they, it's a 2% tax on tea, right? That made them lose their you-know-what.
Yep.
And here we are. We're getting taxed, 40 to 50% of our income at the end of the day?
Now, when they threw the tea into the harbor, did that include throat coat?
I think they spared the slippery elm.
I don't think the fish like it.
Whoa, not the good stuff.
All right, very good. Well, what is the biggest tip you've ever left? Now, I'm going to go first. And why did you leave it? So I was at a restaurant, and my waitress was having a really hard time. It was a holiday, and she was not having a good day. And then she fell.
Goodness.
I felt so bad for this girl. And it turned out, I think it was her first day as well. I think she was like a temporary or whatever. I felt so bad for this girl. I actually, I left a $200 tip. That's what I did. I was like, I felt that bad for her. I'm typically a pretty decent tipper anyway. Ken was talking about how, he's a 30%er. And I'm a depends on the service kind of guy. But if somebody gives me good service, I'll go up to, I'll go up to the highest, which is on those stupid flip around screen things. Sometimes it's 22, 25, 30%. So I have no problem with that.
I heard you talking about the stupid flip around screen thing. And I do want to point out that there are probably people that work in the service industry that also hate the stupid flip around tip thing.
Yep.
And they have no control over it.
Right.
So it's just built into the operating system. So I do feel for we're painting with a broad brush when we say we don't want a tip for this. Like they didn't want to have that installed either.
Well, some do, some don't. I don't know. I mean, I find it annoying. I think most people, I believe, do find it annoying. Do you find it annoying, Chris?
I find it annoying.
All right, Johnny?
Not a fan.
Ken?
I'm not a fan.
Okay, all four of us not fans. Not fans.
I think this is it's a weird time when we all aren't a fan of something.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of weird, actually. But that's good. All right, very good. I didn't even ask you. Do you have anything for this segment?
Did you guys hear about the drunk teacher in California that it's not a crime to be drunk in California teaching?
Oh, wow.
No.
Yes.
I did not hear that.
Watch teachers flock to California.
Listen, in California, they need to drink. Those kids are awful.
Yeah, so there's a teacher that has had charges dropped. Prosecutors dropped charges against her for being intoxicated at a California elementary school because apparently it's not a crime to be drunk in a school teaching. It's a crime to endanger children, and they said that they couldn't prove that she actually endangered the kids by being drunk teaching.
How is it not a crime to be drunk at work? Well, I guess
there's just no technical laws on the books.
I think there's going to, well, it's California. I'd say, I bet you there's going to be, but I don't know. This is California.
Yep.
And it's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. I bet you if you asked the kids, they probably were like, hey, can we have some? You know what I mean?
Got any extra?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Kids today.
Some kid named Spicoli.
Yeah.
The district attorney said it's not illegal to teach drunk, and they said that they couldn't prove that she drove to work drunk, and that there was a possibility that she drank after she arrived at the school, so they couldn't charge her with anything.
So it was in her desk.
I've kicking it old school.
I've had some teachers I swore were drunk. Like when I was in school.
Yeah.
We had Miss Bird in my school.
I like the name.
She had to be like 65, 68 years old, and she was teaching me sex ed.
Drunk?
Well,
okay.
I wanted to be drunk.
Tutoring or an entire class?
Yeah, was it?
Entire class,
one-on-one?
Ken. Entire class.
Private lessons.
Mhm. Yeah, Mrs. Bird, man. BYRD. I think that was
Everybody
her
had
name.
a teacher named Mrs. Bird.
Really?
I had a teacher named Mrs. Bird. I think everybody's had a teacher named Mrs. Bird.
My Mrs. Bird, though, she actually looked like a bird. Like she was really skinny. She had curly hair and a pointed nose. That's what I'm that Mrs. Bird.
And Miss Bird.
Miss Bird.
And then when she was teaching sex ed, we were all sitting in the class and kind of awkward, and I got a note passed to me from a girl in the class.
Yeah,
Remember how you used to
baby.
do that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Baby.
She said, "Can you believe Mrs. Bird is teaching us sex ed?" And I had no idea what to say. I think she was flirting with me, but I don't know. And I didn't know what to say, so I didn't respond. I was like terrified of responding. I don't know why.
You just kept looking forward with your hands neatly folded on the desk.
Yes, with your face very red.
Sweating a little bit more than you were before.
Do you know what's embarrassing? I was actually taking notes. I was, man. Mrs. Bird hanging on every word of that sex ed class.
Hanging on every word from
Taking
Mrs.
notes,
Bird.
man.
Bird's the word,
Yeah.
baby. Bird's the word.
Baby.
Boy, oh boy.
A young Dan Mandis.
Well, now, I mean, I'm sure in California they're teaching not only sex ed, but they're teaching trans and...
I mean, now the notes are much more extensive, and you're going to need to review them before the test.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right.
Kind of like DEI training.
Oh, my Lord. All right. Really funny thing happened in Dublin, Ireland.
All right.
Did you hear what happened in Dublin, Ireland?
Have not.
They had a massive apartment fire, and they had an eyewitness.
When I heard the fire alarm, I thought it was the clock radio. I thought somebody had set the alarm before we got there, and like another guest. And finally, I went into another room, and it was still buzzing. So I called downstairs, and the woman said in a very calm voice, "Yes, we're all evacuating. You must evacuate right now." And I left.
I saw you thanking all of the Dublin Fire Brigade there.
You know what? How wonderful. Firemen are some of my favorite human beings.
So, can you name that celebrity?
Henry Winkler.
Yes, Ken Weaver. Henry Winkler, that's right. So it went viral because he's staying at this hotel or whatever it is in Dublin, and they had a fire. And so out comes Henry Winkler, and the woman has no idea who she's interviewing. It's just some dude with messed up hair because he was probably woken up.
Hey.
And then, he broke out with the whole A thing.
I like how he said clock radio.
Yeah.
Oh, he did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did say that, clock radio. I
thought somebody set the alarm on the clock radio. Does anybody set an alarm on a clock radio anymore?
Especially in a hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
The hotel, it's listed under features. This is a really nice spot. Look at here, clock radio. Carpeted jacuzzi tub room.
Do you guys, when you go into a hotel room, do you actually touch the remote? Like, I have been to 2 trips by myself in the last year, I think. I refuse to even touch the remote.
So what do you do for TV?
Yeah.
I don't watch TV because I don't want to touch the remote.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Watches his phone.
Yes, that's it, Ken. I watch my phone. That's what I'm doing all alone in a hotel room. No, in all seriousness.
Does that make it better?
I do. I watch my phone.
Well, now I'm thinking about all the times I've touched a TV remote in a hotel room.
I'm going to a hotel this weekend. I don't want to touch the remote now.
Well, you know what I do? I've actually done this. I brought in like wipes and I wipe down the remote.
You would.
I would, yeah.
Because I every time and I like it actually. Every time I come in the morning, I look forward to smelling the studio because he's just cleaned it and it smells fresh.
Yeah.
Every morning, man.
Every morning he's wiping it down.
You'll notice since I started working mornings, the host rarely gets sick. It's because I disinfect the studio every day
and
when I come in.
I mean, feverishly.
That's the way to go, Brother Dan Mandis.
So, Chris, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dan.
Murphy Show, you're welcome. Hey, does anybody know? I didn't get a chance to listen to Matt yesterday. Did he mention the whole thing that I mentioned about the balls and pickleball? You guys remember that yesterday
Yes.
when I said that?
Down,
yeah, it was a great bit. And
well, we kind of thought that,
and I really thought that he was going to respond, but I don't believe that he did when I said that he had lost his balls to play me in pickleball, and I was playing the pickleball sound effect.
Yeah,
that's really funny, actually. and he didn't. No return volley from Murphy Show.
Wow.
I'll reach out for comment today during our cross.
Will you really?
I will.
Make sure you get the original comment from yesterday because it was a lot better yesterday.
Okay.
That was comedy gold, man. Let me tell
I will say your timing was better yesterday.
It was better. I've been a little off all day, and I don't know why.
No, you haven't. It's
I've been off
show.
all day.
I know you get a little more brazen with the jokes in the comments when you're working from home. Is there something to that?
No, what do you mean?
Like you kind of like jab them a little bit more when you're in the safety of the basement studio.
Do I?
I feel like it.
A little braver. But see, what happened today is I jinxed the day because Dan's been on time.
I have been
morning.
On time. All morning long. We have a new boss,
until I said something. I said, man, you're rocking it. You're on time. After I said that, it went to hell.
It did. It did. And I was actually going to mention, Johnny, because it was 7:32, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was after I said that. And all of a sudden, okay, this interview is going really long.
Well, listen, I blame you, Johnny, because you got to keep me on time.
Well, from now on, no more patting you on the back when you do a good job. It's over.
Then I'm not going to clean the studio anymore. How's that?
Other than everybody gets sick.
Boy, now we're really getting down.
I'm just kidding.
I know I am.
All right, who else has what? Go.
I thought this TJ Maxx story was interesting, how their employees are going to be wearing body cams. And that means, TJ Maxx.
TJ Maxx.
Yeah, some TJ Maxx employees to wear body cameras in effort to curb theft.
Uh-oh.
Several locations in Middle Tennessee have posted loss prevention jobs that said that employees would wear body cameras.
I've got an idea. Instead of that, why don't they have security guards with batons?
Well, my question is, what do you buy at TJ Maxx? I don't think I've ever been in a TJ Maxx.
I have, actually.
It's like clothes and stuff.
It's high-end clothing, but it's at great prices.
Oh, okay.
It's like Marshall's little cousin.
Okay. So all right. So
it's
I guess
not Kohl's, but it's not Pick and Save.
That's right.
There you go.
Apparently, some people have an issue with, I guess, a TJ Maxx employee wearing the body cam, and you're right there face to face with them. What's going to happen to that video? I mean, can they put it out there on the? I
know the whole thing about privacy. I'm not getting. I mean, they got cameras all over the place.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I just, but some folks are, they're not happy about it.
I just think it's dumb because all they need to do, loss prevention, a baton and a cop that's willing to use it and store rules and regulations that allows these idiots to be arrested when they steal.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
Exactly.
Unless it's a pack of gum.
Now, too, did you see the porch pirate? Did you see the porch pirate?
Oh, my gosh. I saw that. Unbelievable.
The guy is delivering, the UPS guy is delivering the package. Knocks on the door. Right after he knocks on the door, porch pirate comes up and takes the package.
He didn't even wait for the driver. Yeah, he didn't even wait for the driver to leave.
No.
Wow. Where was this?
It was on Twitter. I don't know. I just saw the video.
California.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, of course it was California. That state has just hell in a handbasket, man.
Boy, it has. And it's sad because it's such a beautiful state.
Well, here's something else that got my ire up. Kroger is going to give away free ice cream for summer solstice.
Hey.
Except in Middle Tennessee.
Why?
Why?
Kroger locations in the United States giving ice cream away just in time for the first day of summer, but Tennessee shoppers won't get a chance to indulge in the summer solstice treat due to state laws.
State laws?
Yep. Apparently, let's see, it is the Tennessee Unfair Milk Sales Act.
The Unfair Milk Sales Act.
How did we miss
again.
that one, man?
Yeah.
Here's what is in the act.
Okay, let's get some horn honking going.
Here's what's in the act and just why you can't enjoy a free pint on Kroger. Due to state laws around the distribution and sales of dairy in the state, Kroger's not allowed to give away milk-based products. The Tennessee Unfair Milk Sales Act prohibits processors, distributors, and retailers of milk products from engaging in certain defined unfair anti-competitive trade practices. So it's designed to help protect small dairy farmers and retailers from being pushed out of the competitive market by larger corporations like Kroger, who are able to sell below their cost for extended periods of time.
Wow. Do you really trust that Kroger card?
So I didn't know there was such an act on the books in Tennessee, but no free ice cream from Kroger for Middle Tennessee.
Who do you think brought that? Republicans or Democrats?
I don't know.
Sounds like a Democrat.
Sounds like a Democrat thing. They Democrats kill all the fun, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They are fun killers. Fun blockers is what I call them. But great things are coming our way, gentlemen. You know why? Because according to the Lakota Indians, they had a white buffalo that was born, I think, yesterday in Yellowstone.
Oh.
And according to the Lakota, that's a sign of better times ahead.
Yeah.
So, hey, that's something to live for there.
That's much more positive than like the red heifer you read about on the internet, you know?
Not a fan.
not a fan.
Is there really a red heifer thing?
Yeah, there's like the red heifer without a blemish is like the sign of the apocalypse, right? Something like that. You never heard that?
No, I've never heard of that,
You guys
Chris.
gotta come with me down some rabbit holes sometime.
How about no? I've got better things to do.
I don't know. Well, wait, it'll be like real late at night. Let's do it after the Journey concert.
Yeah, after we pound 180 Pabst Blue Ribbons.
You know, it's so funny. I'm looking at some of the texts that are coming in, and you know how you can see all the texts from folks.
Yep.
5895 has one comment which I'll leave alone, but then from yesterday,
I gotta go find that.
Go ahead.
All right. Yeah.
And then apparently back on June 6th, 5895 asked Matt Murphy, "Hey Matt, why is Dolly's feet so small?" I want to know what in the world that was talking about, where Dolly Parton's feet came up.
Yeah.
When the podcast studio is set up, we should just do super text out of context.
Oh my gosh! Yes,
absolutely.
That would be a lot of fun.
I can't believe somebody looked at Dolly Parton and thought about her feet.
Well, think of
small feet, big. Chris, what's coming up?
Well, today on the show, I'm very excited. Sarah Segan from Parents Who Fight is going to come in. They're going to give us their thoughts on the new AI integration into the iPhone iOS, plus warning signs and red flags about big tech trends over the summer while the kids are at home away from mom and dad.
8:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, if you want a summer without limits, think about unlimited shade and unlimited privacy with Moon Valley Nurseries. If you'd like more privacy in your backyard, Moon Valley Nurseries, they're planting all summer long. Their privacy-geared trees and hedges can give you the privacy you want and need this summer and keep your backyard shady as well. Summers are more fun with privacy and shade. Check out how to make that happen with Moon Valley Nurseries. You can find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com. Now, these are trees that will thrive in our climate and in your backyard. So check these folks out today, moonvalleynurseries.com. Their packages are customized for your backyard and your budget. Check them out today, moonvalleynurseries.com. And if you're not really sure what you want to do, but you know you need to do something, you can always get some great ideas, again, at their website, moonvalleynurseries.com, moonvalleynurseries.com. 8:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Busy Bee, plumbing, heating, and cooling. I'm a Beehive member, have been for years now, and those benefits are always changing to meet your needs. Now, that's why it's a great idea to sign up to be a Beehive member because of those benefits. Now, realize that you're saving money in the long run by maintaining your HVAC system along the way. And right now, you can actually enter to win a free round of golf for your dad at Hermitage Golf Course when you sign up for a free Beehive membership this week. Now, that deadline is going to be on June 15th. That deadline is this Friday. So, for Father's Day, you can win him that Hermitage Golf Course round of golf when you sign up for that Beehive membership. That deadline is tomorrow. So take care of Dad for this Father's Day and your HVAC as well with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call him. Tell him Dad told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com. They are your Root Pro partner.